Overwatch. It's come a long way. This game and the heroes we all know and love. We've seen this story before. For the sake of science, for progress, we need to shake things up. A grand experiment to revisit your favorite heroes in ways you've never seen them before. Return to old standbys or become something you've never imagined. The Overwatch Creator Cup.
Welcome, friends, to the Experimental Card Creators Cup Tournament. I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined, as always, by the amazing Yurix, and we're going to bring you all the action starting the day here today. We just saw all the madness go down in EMEA, and now we're going to start things off in the NA region, starting with the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, everything came to a close real nice, kind of came together, and honestly, that EMEA final, that was nice. Ooh. I mean, we couldn't ask for anything better, and we're hoping for a little bit of the same here in North America. We've got, obviously, a nice little schedule buttoned up for you guys today. GeForce taking on SR Peak Check. You can see the bracket on your screen right here, and look at the teams that we have left here in the top 8. Notably, 2 different Solaris rosters. The Solaris T6 roster is probably the one you're going to recognize a little bit more if you've been following things at home in the T2 region.
Yeah, and it's not been easy for these teams. It's single elimination, so they've had to tear up the bracket just to get here alone. Of course, we are going through the quarterfinals and finishing up the tournament, going on to the semifinals and then the grand finals. That's going to be taken away by LemonKiwi and Leg Day. But wouldn't it be crazy if we see a double Solaris grand finals? I mean, that would just be wild. I mean, they're both on opposite sides of the bracket. Of course, our first match that we're going to be seeing, actually the first series, is going to be GeForce versus SR Peak Check. And the winners of that series is going to have to face off against the winners of Solaris versus Just Give Up.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to see who actually makes it through. I mean, yeah, it would be incredible to see Solaris T6 versus Solaris, but there's some tough competition that both teams would have to get through in order to get to that stage. And I'm not going to be putting my money on that kind of thing happening just yet, because obviously we have a team first here that we're going to be looking at, SR Peak Check, that people are going to need to put their eyes on and stay fixated on this a little bit. And bear with us here as we go through this, because there's going to be some kind of dissecting. There's going to be some information you guys need to understand while we're moving through this. So as you look at these rosters, what you see on your screen may not actually be what's taking place here. D90120, well, that's Sana. If you follow Tier 2, you know who that is. In the EU region especially, very good player. Bunk, that's Explorer. Same kind of deal, played with Olden Board, was around the T2 scene. So there's a little bit of that, and there's a little bit more on the other side as well.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how we've had to dissect a lot of these neat names, but GeForce coming out, the voices, 982, that's Reiner over there. So we were able to do all the research for you guys. Both these teams are going to be the first series that we're going to see of the day. GeForce, actually, of course, with Reiner stepping in, this squad is usually used to playing with Anyhow on tank role. So now they're incorporating Reiner into this. Hopefully they've been able to build up some of that synergy. I believe they also just recently got first in the Barry Community Blast at a recent community tournament. So they're coming out of that win. They see these heavy hitting opponents, and you can only imagine the pressure that's on GeForce right now going into this quarterfinals.
Yeah, and another one that maybe sticks out if you're looking at that one is Eugene. That's Madero. So yet another name that you kind of got to get used to, a little bit of a change there. And that happens all the time. We've already gotten used to it ourselves, but hopefully at home you guys can follow along with us as well. But of course, we've got our first match of the day, and we've got our first map choice of the day as well. First map is going to be Control, of course, as it usually is. That is going to be Nepal for GeForce versus SR Peak Check.
And talking about what we've seen so far, not only within the EMEA region with the grand finals finishing in that intense last hit situation, but also the fact that we've been seeing a lot of these Orisa tethers, we've been seeing a lot of these Reinhardts, the negating with the health. I mean, what do you expect to see going into our first map here after the action that we saw unfold yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a lot of the Orisa. We've seen quite a lot of the tethering that you're talking about. And I think what you're going for here is a little bit of some environmental checks going on. We've seen a lot of that as well. Maybe a little bit of a continuation, but certainly what I have noticed since, playing the experimental cards, since seeing some of the top teams, talking to some of the top teams as well, and kind of going over what their interpretations of what's happening basically is. And kind of seems like a lot of teams are settling on Reinhardt and Orisa as the really top kind of pairing to go with in terms of the tank situation. And then building off of that, you're seeing a lot of Cassidy being played. You're seeing picks like Mei come out, Reaper's even coming out. You're seeing Sombra at times, which actually surprised me. And Torb, obviously another great option. So certainly look for picks like that. But as we go into a match like this one, we obviously know that there's a little bit of a difference in what teams can come to the table with. We saw it in the EMEA with a player like Liazan. Obviously, he's going to be playing something different. It's going to be the Pharah. Well, this is a similar situation, right? I mean, we've got Chipsa here. We know Ultima Wep, really solid tracer. In fact, just over a year ago, Ultima Wep kind of hard carried a team into a final situation through a 5-way tiebreaker by playing just tracer, just kept on going with it and was able to kind of put a team on his back or help push a team forward. So I'd be interested in seeing what those kind of players bring to the table.
Yeah, I want to highlight Ultimate Weapon. Before I do that, guys, don't forget to put down your predictions. Yesterday, it was a little sus looking at the chat predictions. I think you guys just really like the number 2. But you know what? Maybe in this situation, I wouldn't even blame you. This is going to look difficult here for GeForce. But talking about Ultimate Wep, who is on that DPS role for GeForce, we saw him play back on Hour 0, I believe, back in Contenders. And he was popping off with that team now. But with SR Peak Check, this is going to be hard. I mean, aside from the former Overwatch League talent members that we have here, of course, you highlighted Chipsa being here as part of this DPS lineup. We know that Maze have been utilized a lot, but we're not seeing that so far within the DPS lineup. We see Chipsa on the Pride and True Doomfist coming in as GeForce take the space on the point first.
I'm looking at Voices, aka Reiner, here to try to match up with Cloudy. 2 Reinhardts there, so good, facing off.
Oh, the Immortality Field, though, helped restabilize GeForce, and the trade was definitely in their favor after that. They lost Cloudy, they lost Chipsa first, and now GeForce, they're going to have the advantage, as well as the ult advantage for that next fight.
Another thing we're going to have to look out here for, Vicky, is definitely the Cassidys. I mean, something we saw in EMEA is that a Cassidy could just absolutely carry a match with the way that it's designed right now. The damage output that Cassidy has, it's insane. So a player like Pummy, a player like Sana AKD 90120, well, they can do the same thing here.
It's crazy having to remember these different names here, but Ultimate Web already with the pick off of Chipsa. Again, that's the second time that Chipsa goes down first within that next initial fight. So now GeForce, another advantage in terms of the numbers. They've lost Cloudy, no Shatter for this fight. GeForce is just on a momentum run. They're the ones with the Shatter first here. They found 2, they found Buddy. No Immortality Field here, and it's gonna have to be another hard reset for a second fight.
Once again, setting back up here as well. And you look at the setup that they actually have. I mean, everybody other than Reiner, who used his ult in the last fight, are going to have their ult for this next one. So a huge advantage defensively here when you're talking about holding a point out, especially when you have high ground control, you have that turret set up, and you've been able to deal with Chipsa well so far.
Oh, and look at Strider's position with that drum. They were able to utilize that supercharger to slow down some of the approach options from SR Peak Check. Now the Molten Core to also build in that space. You heard this Shatter Unleashed from Cloudy. Now the anti-healing coming in from GeForce. They lose Eugene. This is looking better, but they still lost Cloudy and Buddy. Both tanks down for SR Peak Check. They put a toe on that point, Curix, but they just have not been able to win these number trades.
Yeah, they have been struggling to find a way in, and Chipsa has kind of been the story behind that. I mean, he has absolutely had a hard time finding a way in, and they've picked him off every single time that we've seen these fights break out, and someone has to get onto the point quickly here, and it might have to be Chipsa.
All right, here, they need to rely on Masa's sound barrier here. They need to. Overtime ticking away, but Masa goes down first. Pummy's been able to isolate these important picks consistently within the last 14 fights. Here comes a Shatter, though. Another Shatter just having so much value from Reiner. SR Peak Check. They just were not able to turn a single fight in that first round. And what a dictating win in that first round for GeForce already. The way that they're also able to rotate through those ults, marvelous. Chef's kiss here as SR Peak Check need to reevaluate what they got to do going on to the second round.
Yeah, that was an interesting first round as well, because, I mean, coming into this, SR Peak Check, based off of the seeding, was expected to do very, very well. And you can see SR Peak Check 81% over the 19% from GeForce. That's insane. And it does not look like that's going to pan out if things continue the way that they have so far. And you see a little bit of an adjustment being made now. No longer are they putting all of their resources into Cloudy here. They've adjusted. They're going back to the Orisa on Bunk. And GeForce now, they're kind of setting the tone a little bit. And a lot of that is coming down to Pummy.
Yeah, I want to spotlight Pummy, actually. I was just about to say that he's just been able to isolate so many of these important members here from SRP check, but with that anti-heal, it hit Chips, it hit Bunk. They're the first two to go down. It also hit Son and Cloudy there, but they are able to get out of that situation. But GeForce have just been able to keep up this momentum team fight after team fight.
Get another kill there. Pummy goes down, but the trades are just working out so well in favor of GeForce, and if they continue to do this, they'll certainly be able to cap it, and yes, indeed they will. Certainly another dominant first showing in that neutral fight, and that's what's important here, because when they're getting leads like this and compounding on them by finding these stagger kills, this is huge for them to be able to establish a lead, and you got to consider the momentum here. They have all of it.
All of it, they have all the space, and they're still finding these trades. And what's beautiful here for GeForce is that they're building into these ultimates. They have the Molten Core to block off this choke point. Now it's wasting even more time away from SRP check. And look at this confidence. They're pulling all the way up. They don't want to get too ahead of themselves. Strider does hold back a little bit, but they got that supercharger to slow down the approach. They're about to have the shatter. They have the barrier right there too, and they're about to have the sound barrier magic at mate ball.
Oh, they got to invest hard here. Ultimate Weapons in this fight, so you really got to over-invest big time.
Oh man, they have the M-Matrix. They utilize the shatter though, but they are trading this time around. Strider going down. He brought him down with the 10, but it's Doofus. How are you going to bring down the Doofus? He said, all right, see you later, alligator. Strider goes down. That tether was not going to work on that hero in particular. And SRP check though are finally getting matched here as they can finally touch the points. 57% though in favor for GeForce. There's still so much extra credit for this team.
Well, they gotta be real careful there. Chipso's low and he goes down. There's the flip on the point, but GeForce, they're turning the fight a little bit here.
I'm not over that tether. He thought there. Strider tried their best, but now losing 4 members of GeForce, you may want to go for a reset, as Strider's the only one on the point, is getting that support from Eugene, but Eugene recognizes the situation. They are just going to pull out of the point.
They actually don't even commit to him. I think that they thought GeForce's respawns were a little bit closer than they actually were. They might have been able to pull off a kill on the Orisa, but nonetheless, we got another 6v6 here, and ultimately, SR Peak Check does have an economy advantage. High ground being gifted over to GeForce a little bit, and it looks like they're just going to take their time.
They need this. They have the Ant Matrix right now, but they got the Molten Core. Look how far he's shooting the Molten Core, sniping SR Peak Check from the other side. Yeah, the sound barrier actually really early as GeForce are still fully sustained. The anti-healing though, hitting too. They are able to restabilize, but you see the shatter coming in from left field from Cloudy. The Deadeye still finds Chipsa. Huge first pick here does now initiate this point, losing 2 as GeForce have the number advantage once again for that upcoming team fight.
Still a few trades coming in for SR Peak Check, but GeForce already won the point. They're winning the fight now as well, and you notice a lot of that early pressure, that poke damage coming in from GeForce, that's what's really hurting SR Peak Check. You saw that early sound barrier come out. That wasn't a mistake on Moss's part. That was out of necessity. They had to use it there, and they were going to lose players early in that fight. And that's the difference maker right now for GeForce.
And now they're lacking that sound barrier. Meanwhile, Magic Mayfall is about to get another one here. Look at the supercharger. And yeah, he keeps trying to pull him down, but this time Voices goes down with Bunk. Well worthwhile as the main tank goes down from GeForce, and Bunk wants to get that retaliation, but GeForce still coming out on top with the number advantage. Pummy's just been on another level, not only finding Cloudy, but Chipsa all at the same time.
Ultimate real low, but nobody can even get to the point, and just like that, GeForce already on top, 1-0. And remember, these are first twos, just like we had yesterday. We're not moving into the first 3 just yet, and this is single Olymp, so
yeah,
already kind of a desperate situation, you'd have to say, for SR Peak Check.
Gotta talk about the conditions here. First of 2, single elimination. We were highlighting the pressure that GeForce may be feeling going into this first series here in the quarterfinals, but that does not seem to be the case at all. SR Peak Check were quite literally getting checked from every entry choke point that they wanted to try to approach the point from, and honestly, sitting in the front line right there was Pummy the entire time, meeting them with that Cassidy.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that we saw there was not even just Pummy, but the entire team from GeForce. They were really focusing a lot of that pressure and a lot of that poke forward so that once Chipsa was diving in, there wasn't very much support that he was able to receive, and he was getting caught out quite frequently. So you basically remove the problem from the equation of what is usually the Doomfist, and once it's gone, all of a sudden you can focus all of your attention on what is effectively a 6v5. So they had a really solid game plan, executed well, and a lot of that sure falls on Pummy's shoulders, but you have to also give some credit to the rest of the team that were helping him out in the process.
Yeah, they were enabling him and giving him that space that he needed to isolate Chipsa in the back right there. So now as we move on to a map number 2, it's going to be King's Row, a map that we've seen so many times so far within yesterday and now going on to today. But for a good reason though, Kyrix. This map provides a lot of verticality for a lot of our players here, especially players like we see Ultimate Web here trying to pop off. You see Pummy going to be able to take a lot of those flanking angles. Now SR Peak Check though, what can they do differently after what we just witnessed on Nepal?
Well, they're going to have to change up the entire game plan, it feels like, and there's not really a lot of room to do that, I would have to say, just given this roster, what we know about them. Yes, there is some flexibility with regards to what characters they can pick, but, you know, obviously this is one of those kinds of tournaments where there really isn't as much preparation as what you're expecting to see out of something like the Overwatch League, for example, or even contenders, and even down into open division. There's probably a lot more preparation than even that, but in this situation here, you're really kind of resting your laurels on the experience that you've had. And honestly, GeForce, despite not having maybe some of the same name recognition that you're seeing from the other side here of SR Peak Check, they're definitely well seasoned. A lot of these players, I mean, Ultimate Web has been around since as long as I have, and that's a very long time, 2016. I mean, Ultimate Web has been around actually even before I have. But beyond that, you've obviously got some Overwatch League talent, especially coming from a very strategic position of main tank, someone who is known for calling, really setting the pace, and that's Reiner, who's on LAG now. So definitely some really solid talent to kind of build off of, even though, yeah, Reiner might not necessarily play with these guys all the time, but a great fill-in for a team that otherwise has great synergy.
Yeah, Reiner's always just been that armored titan that has been able to buy in so much space for his teams. I mean, aside from the fact that he has popped off many of times, not only on Redbird, Esports, American Tornado, etc., in the contender space, but now he's integrated into GeForce, and you can see how he's enabling them with that space, with Pummy to get into these off angles, with Pummy to be able to actually isolate Chipsa, to make sure that Masa was able to put down that sound barrier at the very end where they really needed to hold on to it, because you saw how those ultimates were just rotated way better for GeForce at the end to hold on to that point. Now as we go on to King's Row though, and for that initial point, we've seen a mix of these maze. We've seen a lot of Torb being played here, that molten core just getting so much space. But aside from that, of course, we got to talk about the damage that Torb does with that primary fire, since that stacking buff really adds up and puts in so much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, not only just for shield pressure, but also just for straight up damage, finding kills, especially damage onto tanks that otherwise aren't taking as much damage as they, you know, do on live patch. I mean, that's a focus of what we see in this experimental card. And I think obviously that's why you're seeing a lot of Torb. Not only is it pretty solid on the live patch, believe it or not, but it's even more solid given what the changes are to the tank specifically here on the experimental card. So you're seeing even more of it than you would otherwise see, especially in environments, again, where, you know, teams maybe don't have as much practice with the setups, with the protection, with the off angles, and all that kind of stuff. It's still working out well, and you're seeing GeForce once again going back to that same composition. And on the other side, actually a match here for SR Peak Check. It's Chipsa on the Torb himself on the defense here.
I want to see more of these tether environmental kills, guys. Don't forget, hashtag Overwatch creators come. Tweet at us your favorite plays, because they are just getting started with the quarterfinals today. Sisana now being able to find Reiner, though,
Optimistic.
first. Yeah, I mean, right there, finding that first pick, that first main tank already. That's going to force GeForce to hold back a little bit, split up. As SR Peak Check, they want to push this advantage. They want to be able to buy in that space.
Yeah, Reiner saw that he takes a little bit less damage than he's used to. He's like, okay, I'm just going to take some space. Maybe not so much. You do still kind of got to watch yourself a little bit. They got to keep watching themselves. They're getting down low already.
Ooh, the Ant Matrix to match the other Ant Matrix. The Fire Strike 2 on top of that. But G-Force, they're winning in numbers, and they're still going 4 down. Only 2 left for SR Peak Check. I want to look to reset here because that payload, it's going to move out of the garage, but Chipsa is not going down without a fight. Are we getting a hammer fight? No, Chipsa did not give it to him. He said, sorry, I'm not going to have this with you. But Strider isn't going to let Chipsa get away with taking out Ultima Web first. They're going to get that revenge, and they're still going to try to contest your heroes.
Oh, ult's invested. Both tank ults. Oh, they're flattening everybody.
Oh, get sent back, and this means now that they're going to stagger through here. SR Peak Check won't be able to hold that next corner. They won't be able to hold that next choke point. And you already see Reiner's getting set up, moving all the way forward to actually help out with that additional space.
G-Force team's so aggressive, and you know exactly why that is the case. I mean, obviously, Cloudy is a similar type of player, but Voices, aka Reiner, he always loves setting the tone. He has to go first. He really pushed that a lot last year when he was working with Redbird Esports. He's continuing that here, just setting the tone, having a high tempo, and being aggressive. That's what they're looking to accomplish here in this fight.
Aside from being on the high ground a little bit, you hear the Deadeye now coming out. Sona's like, that's none of my business. The Molten Core to also get in some space, but that's going to give time to SR Peak Check to try to rotate away. But they're sandwiched, the Molten Core on both sides, not only the stairs, but on the high ground platform as well. And they lose muscle in the process. That means that they won't have the sound barrier here, so they won't have that resustainability. They're just getting sandwiched. So much damage being put out here. What can SR Peak Check do without that sound barrier?
Look at that POV there from Cloudy as well. I mean, what can he do? He looks to his left, there's people there. He looks to his right, there's people there. There's ultimates going on all around him, and his team is just falling all around him as well. SR Peak Check just backed off now, just under 4 minutes on this timer, and more space being taken away, more time being allotted over to G-Force on their attack. They are dominating in this matchup so far, and it looks like they're not stopping anytime soon. SR Peak Check coming around this corner need to invest these ultimates, especially from the support, to go forward with.
They gotta cut that momentum. The Shatter, though, could start things off here as Cloudy gets Ultimate Web. Finally gonna get 3 here off of G-Force, but look at their ultimates as G-Force comes out of that spawn. They had used the Shatter earlier, they used that sound barrier, but they're gonna have that drum from Strider. They're gonna have Ultimate with the Molten Core soon. They were not able to stop them in that second point once they got to that second point, but now this is the time to hold that next corner for SR Peak Check.
Yeah, they needed that fight for their footing. Absolutely needed it. Now they could get a good position, force G-Force to make a kind of aggressive rotation, but they can buy time now a little bit.
Well, you can see now Sonic trying to take a little off angle with the Deadeye, but these ultimates now that are all online for G-Force. They find Chips up, big pick here. Pummy's the one that's able to claim that. Deadeye now online for him. Drum now coming out from Bunks a way. They can actually slow down the approach here from G-Force, but Sonic finding these picks finally here, they can start building up that momentum. I like these off angles that you currently see him in. The huge Shatter coming out though from Reiner. Gonna trade that for Cloudy here too now. Now Cloudy though comes out on top of the Fire Strike. It's a back and forth fight between both these teams, but it looks even better here as G-Force is gonna be able to restabilize with their spawn point right behind them.
Oh, Cloudy needs to be careful. That shield's getting low. He's getting pressured. There's not a lot of healing there. Just a Lucio behind him. As everybody else is coming back in, you can already see Reiner looking to try to get aggressive, try to take that corner away from SR Peak Check, and Molten Core investable here as well as they get a pick onto Masa. That means only Buddy there to help.
Oh, now the Deadeye though, the trade for trade though. Sana's going crazy. This is what we were talking about before. You have to do something to stop that run that Pummy was able to go on with. Now Sana though, finding 3, can he find 4, the Molten Core to back him up. It's gonna be another reset for G-Force, and all that time that they built up for themselves here, look at this, still 3 minutes on the clock, 20 seconds, but they were just not stopped with that payload going right through that alley.
Yeah, these DPS characters, the ability to just turn a fight completely on its head is just insane. The amount of impact they could have at any given time with the damage output that they have right now, and already you're seeing SR Peak Check trying to get more out of that as they're holding down this corner.
Let's talk about some of those changes too. Now the sound barrier for Magic here to try to restabilize G-Force, and also going down. That means that they won't have the sound barrier for this fight that's going on right here. The drum to slow things down, but look how quickly it was taken care of with Pummy getting that pick, but then Sonic coming in, clicking heads, finding 2 to get that retaliation, but with G-Force having the number advantage, they're holding onto their ults, and they're gonna hold on to this payload going around the corner.
Still a lot of time taken off the clock here, and a lot of economy built up for SR Peak Check, and they need that here on defense as it's coming around this final corner into the home stretch, and they're trying to steal away some of these top positions. Bunk, and a great one right here to play on this off angle.
It's really so important, though. The difference is Monster does have that sound barrier. They could restabilize. The Deadeye is going to find Strider here. Big pick, as Voices has the Shatter, wants to hold on to it, understanding that even though that Molten Core was able to get that pick, they're finding these trades, and you want to hold on to the Shatter for this next fight. They know how close the payload is, and they're already down 2 minutes.
Oh,
the Shatter coming in! Yes, and the pin, he found 2 with the pin alone. Meanwhile, we saw him originally get the pin onto Bunk, who falls so low. The healing being negated on top of that. You can't be recovering. See, the desperate swap from Sana to go onto the Tracer to try to touch this point. But right now, G-Force have cleared this payload.
Oh, they just walk it in. No problem. SR Peak Check not able to get there fast enough. So G-Force come away with a little bit of time on the clock, and that's super important here as well because they finish over a minute, which gives them that really solid opportunity where, you know, if they can shut down this defense a little bit, even if there is a cap, if it's done with no time left on the clock, well, they give up no points from this map. So G-Force, from a time economy standpoint, really, really good position to be in, especially given how much they hit a brick wall once hitting this last section of the map. And SR Peak Check kind of came online, and I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that these corners are just usually, even on live patch, just so hard to work into. But given how sustainable these tanks are, given how much damage output you can do on characters like Torb and Cassidy, it's definitely hard to be pushed into. It's easy to actually just kind of kite around and put pressure onto the opposing side, and you get those free picks a lot of the time, and G-Force struggled to deal with that.
And just to highlight the very end play there from Reiner, aside from that tri-pin that he got, although it didn't kill Bunk, aka Explorer, although it didn't kill Explorer right there, it still left Explorer so low, meanwhile also pinning 2 of those teammates from SR Peak Check. I mean, not only was the space so incredible built up by Reiner, even in that second checkpoint, but the amount of pressure that he puts on to clear up that payload at the very end. You have to imagine that G-Force is definitely feeling themselves now while they're going to be on the defense.
Curious to see how playstyles change here. A lot of kiting coming from SR Peak Check, whereas G-Force, it was really Reiner driven, and now they need to switch it up. They have to be the aggressors here on attack.
Masana has been pedaling it to the metal here. He's been able to get his footing on the ground. Cloudy now going to be able to skirmish here with Reiner. They're going to be able to take 2 out from G-Force, but some trades going in. Asana's going to be able to come back from that spawn. The only difference is G-Force, they're the ones on the defense. They don't have that spawn advantage, but they're still claiming some of these heads away from SRP Check.
Oh, they let Strider get away with a kill, and onto an important kill as well, because Bunk, he's low, Cloudy's at half, and they're only utilizing a Lucio for heals. So yes, they captured this point. Yes, they'll be able to get Buddy back a little bit quicker because of that, but G-Force, they're in a great position to take a fight here as soon as we see this payload hit this front archway.
I think right now, at least with them taking this payload at this point, you could see that G-Force was able to restabilize coming out of those spawn points, back up a little bit to hold that next corner that we were highlighting that was so important that SR Peak Check could not hold as they just staggered in. And look at these ultimates too. You see the jump being put down. Strider's still holding onto his, but they lose Reiner in the process. That's the main tank going down. They don't have that shield to really rely on, and Cloudy's going to be able to move all the way up. We know that Cloudy's an extremely aggressive Ryan, and he wants to be able to contest Reiner here, who basically did the same thing in the second point.
SR Peak Check now establishing their own momentum. This is exactly what we saw out of G-Force on their attack, but now it's SR Peak Check being a little bit more dominant, and I think a lot of that comes down to that they just have a really solid synergy in their 6v6 right now, and they've done well with a lot of these situations, pushing these flanks and everything too.
You saw Cloudy, he was hungry, he wanted it. He moved all the way up, he was jumping up and down like a bunny, but the Deadeye off to his left just caught him off guard, gonna take him out. But the immediate reset from SR Peak Check, understanding the situation, it doesn't look like Sana's gonna be able to run away in time though. Look how far up Strider was to help out Pummy in that interaction.
Yeah, a little unfortunate here for SR Peak Check that they have to go for a full regroup like this. Losing Cloudy instead of being able to actually get a good disengage there means time away. And knowing full well that G-Force has this great positioning up on the high ground from Strider here, and they can actually play this backside, work these off angles. Not a good position here for SR Peak Check.
Oh, the Shatter actually right there in front of Cloudy, the Molten Core, to give him some of that insurance backup, but it's going to be retaliated right back from Chipsa. Difference is they have the sound barrier, and Magic Maypal was taken out immediately from the start, so this is a great trade here for SRP Check, as they're the ones that are going to be able to have that free space to get to the second checkpoint, even though they were held back there.
4 ultimates invested. 4 ultimates invested into that fight. Very explosive way to just get that under your belt. Now as well, the second point. 5 minutes on the clock here, and you're looking to go to this front corner, and we talked already about how good it is to just be able to kite in these situations, but they need to bust it open early, and they might just do that.
Oh, the speed boost to be able to put Sana into position with the Deadeye. They find Reiner in the process, but they trade that main tank for main tank as Cloudy also goes down to Pummy there. The Deadeye now to answer right back. They have to clear that corner. They know the situation, but now with Sana going down, this is going to give free reign over the G-Force to just step ahead. The Amp-Mage is exactly what SRP Check need to be able to claim that corner next.
G-Force just doing that kite situation that we talked about already, just playing this corner. It's all about being able to disengage when you need to get the advantage, and they're looking for those all the time.
Supercharger slowing everybody down here from both teams. The Molten Core, look at this. Looks like flaming hot ones right here. Molten Core just buying so much space. Goodbye though to Reiner. Not too sure if either he was trying to pin away or he got tethered away here. Said Bunk also is the one to go down. SRP Check though, their spawn is right behind him as Bunk is on the way to regroup with the rest of the team. And look how quickly G-Force is able to disengage to hold that next corner behind the Orisa shield.
Oh, rounding this ever important second corner. Base needs to be taken away here by the defense. Not too much kiting opportunity left. They have to be a little bit more aggressive, and you're seeing it now.
Look how far up Strider pushed up right behind Cloudy. The Shatter, though, coming in from Voices. It's found 4. The Sound Barrier was unleashed, but he didn't help anybody out, and that was so important. SRP Check, they're going to be able to move in with some ultimates of their own, but that Sound Barrier is not going to be there to contest. Luckily, they do have a great amount of time with a 3-minute, less than 20-second time bank to rebuild some of these ultimates. They have a lot more time here in comparison to G-Force when they approach this next point.
Yeah, look at this cart too, already getting back into that front corner. That means that once Reiner gets back, they could actually push that corner and lock it down yet again.
Ooh, a sad eye from Pami. Pami's just been able to contest Sana so well with the rest of G-Force. They find 2, they find 3 though, with Reiner finding Sana again. Cloudy's gonna have to reset, but again, they have that time bank, but at what cost if this is dwindling away from them?
Yeah, look at this flank here as well. Bunk actually gets spotted and doesn't have a lot of protection there, so they're going to re-engage behind it, but taking a lot of damage already.
The Amp Matrix, they did not let Bunk have any fun there. Explorer just rounded that corner. Not only did he get those anti-heals, they had to face the Amp Matrix. It burned down his shield. I mean, that was unfortunate. Just out of position, moved way too far up. Now they're going to have to reset, waste even more time, but at least they do have the shout out from Cloudy coming in.
Yeah, I'll have to see if that's going to be something that can open this up, but Magic at M8Ball, he's got the sound barrier, so even if something comes in from an aggressive play from Cloudy, well, Lucio could save the day very well here. 2 minutes on the clock. Definitely have to keep an eye on that going forward as well.
Just trying to be able to find these trades, just trying to break through these shields. You see the Shatter online. This is what SRP Check need. The slowdown, though, from the movement, the Molten Core to pull them into it. Molten Core always meeting up with Chipsa's Molten Core here, too, between Ultimate Web, but Chipsa gets Strider in the process. A sneaky Shatter from behind the payload isn't going to find anybody. SRP Check playing this way more passively.
Yeah, and I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive once they get these ultimates out, because they need to round this corner quick, because there's another one that they still have to get through.
Oh, Bunky tethered onto Magic 8-Ball, and he pulled him down to the heavens with him. Oh no, Deadeye though is going to be able to buy that space, and that's some time too to restabilize, as Reiner's going to be able to come back from the spawn.
Minute left here. They're going to gift that front corner away, knowing full well that if they do well in this coming fight, they have the momentum to push spawn, and they're going to be aggressive knowing that that's an option for them.
Oh, but an amazing first pick here. The Shatter now being put down. It's from both DPS from G-Force. Huge Shatter here, but Cloud gets done himself. Sana gets hit here. The Deadeye, though, from Sana as he tried to contest, but he got canceled here. G-Force are running away with this momentum here. Remember, it's single elimination. They took the first map, and they're fully holding back SRP Check.
That was actually a good play from Bunk, though. He knew he was going to die, so he takes Reiner out of the equation. That's important because that meant that Reiner couldn't actually spearhead the push over to the spawn. They get another clean fight, one last clean fight to push this through, and there's stall opportunity here on the table for GeForce.
30 seconds left. You see Cloudy moving all the way up the sound barrier to help give him that insurance. With the anti-heal, he is not getting healed in the space that he needs now. The shatter coming out from Reiner, but they've lost 3 members now from GeForce. This is the opportunity that SRP Check need. With this Molten Core put on so much pressure, GeForce is going to be able to reset.
Here's that stall that we talked about a little bit. SRP Check going to be down 2 players already. You see that turret not in a really great position to take this fight, so he's going to reset it. You can see SRP Check not wanting to push in. They know that they need their respawns. Now they can actually go forward. Molten Core going to be invested as well as GeForce. They have the Amp Matrix. They're throwing it down.
Oh, SRP Check, though, they have the ultimate advantage here. They have to worry about the Deadeye and the Amp Matrix like you were talking about before. They get rid of the Supercharger, but with this Molten Core from Chipsa, look at all the space behind the payload that he's been able to build up. The sound barrier does not help out Reiner as he's the first one to go down after that pin onto Sana, but that was a big pick going back and forth here between both these teams, though, and Cloud is about to get a shatter online that could change up the game at the end.
Overtime still in effect here as GeForce. They're so close to their spawns, and Cloudy, he's the one just trying to keep this thing alive. Oh, Reiner gets the cancel.
Oh my goodness, after that pin too, that we're just highlighting how important that's going to be. Pumming makes a desperate swap over to the Bastion. That's going to put in a good amount of pressure. He does not have that turret mode, though. He's going to be a walk and run and turret instead. But these trades, we saw it happening for SRP Check, and it's not going to be able to work. GeForce have the spawn advantage, and they fully hold back SRP Check as they win map number 2, moving on through the bracket.
What a turn there. I mean, we saw it right before our very eyes. What we were basically talking about going into this, about how Reiner, he's so aggressive. He loves setting the tempo. He likes to be able to be the front runner and just dive in, make the big plays. You can see on your screen right now, that's exactly what he does best, and he does it constantly. Even when he was on defense, he was the aggressor. We saw Cloudy make that adaptation. You saw on defense how they were really kind of playing that kite game, relying on Sana and Chipsa to deal the damage, and they definitely were. Cloudy was a little bit behind Reiner, about half his damage at the halfway point. They swapped sides. Cloudy shifted, started to catch up with the damage, but I mean, Reiner was just so calm, so ready to take on that challenge, and he did so in such a great way. Now they're going to be moving forward. They take the win here and potentially, one step closer to a final.
Yeah, they're going to be facing off against the winners of Solaris versus Just Give Up as they move on through the bracket. But I'm just not over those pins from Reiner, not only in the first round, but in the second round of that King's Row. Those are game-changing pins. Aside from getting a try shish kebab for that first round, that second round canceling that shatter, it could have been game-changing at the end for Cloudy there, but GeForce, the odds were against them. We saw what chat was saying with those predictions. We were talking a little bit about both these teams looking at GeForce, but they're the ones to come out on top in that clean 2-0.
Yeah, and it's not even just that one pin that he got there. It was also canceling the Deadeye earlier. I mean, there was so much value out of just that one player, and that's not even to speak about everybody else. What Pummy did, especially back on that control map, and beyond that, the amount of impact that Strider had working some of those off angles, not always really needing to rely on Reiner to make some plays of his own. Very entertaining to watch from this squad. Unfortunate, for SRP Check, some players that are near and dear to our hearts. We follow them a lot in Tier 2 region, but unfortunately, they're going to be bowing out, and it's going to be the team moving forward.
You love to see it, though. This is the action that I signed up for here, Heroics. After everything that we saw go down within the EMEA region earlier today and yesterday between EMEA and NA, I am not disappointed with that first series going the way that it is. That was the quarterfinals. I mean, I can only imagine what the semis and the grand finals are going to look like between all these teams. And again, that single elimination bracket rule, it just puts on so much pressure on these teams that you can't risk it here. It's 1-2 here for these next initial matches.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to what we have ahead of us, of course. That's just one match out of 3 that we're going to be showing you guys today. The quarterfinals are now done and dusted, and we're going to be moving on to the semi-final matchup before we move on to the grand. So stick with us. You don't want to miss what's coming your way after this.
video that brought you the Experimental Card Creator Cup, we proudly present to you the other Experimental Card Creator Cup. Legally, we can't say this is bigger or better, but it is equally awesome. Want to get from Yizhang Tower to the moon? Well, now you can, thanks to boosting. No, not that boosting. That's right, for a limited time only, you can launch yourself like a rocket! A space rocket! But what's better than one space rocket? Two space rockets! That's right, if you download the patch today, we'll give you a 2-for-1 deal! No longer will you be levitating above the ground as Zen, waiting to be jumped by the local wildlife. You will be elevated to the nearest safe space. Get it? Space! Tired of all this space talk? Well, we're not done yet! That's right, 3 for 1, baby! Let's go! Baptiste can also join the gang. That's right, no longer will you have to depend on your tanks to make space for you. Just do it yourself. Space! Speaking of tanks, they just got tankier! I don't know if that's a word, but it makes sense! You know what else makes sense? Roadhog now has a 50% damage reduction when he takes a hit of whatever this stuff is when near another tank hero. It just makes sense! Ordinary patches are far too safe, but the Experimental Creator patch is off the rails! And better yet, what's a creator patch without the content? Because everyone loves good content! In fact, you wouldn't be content with the content if it wasn't good content! That's right, not only will you get the extremely fun and over-the-top patch to play yourself, but you'll get double the fun with the Creator Cup Tournament! That's right, it's back. It's bigger and better. Wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. No, please, don't fire me. This patch, it's just so good. No, I can't miss the Creators Cup, please.
You're probably wondering why I've called you here tonight.
To talk about the many souls we've consumed?
Not today, no.
Oh, to talk about our favorite skins? Mine's Mariachi.
Oh, yeah. I'm more of a Nevermore fan myself, but we're not here to talk about skins, guys.
Are we here to talk about the many crimes we have committed in ranked? Trolling people left, right and center, making people mold as we kill them over and over until they lose all their desire and
quit the game, only to come the next day and face my wrath again and again.
No. But I did call you all here because we were nominated to come up with ideas for the next Creator Experimental card. But remember, guys, this is for the greater good of Overwatch.
The creator good.
No, the greater... You know what? Never mind. We got any ideas for the patch?
Can we give Genji 2 dashes? So he can be like, shoo, shoo. You know, for the creator good, of course. The creator good. Oh, what if we let Reaper shadow step while in Wraith form? That would be cool.
That would be cool. I want Mercy to res 5 people again. For the creator good?
What did I miss?
Welcome back, everyone. Our first match is done and dusted, and we are moving on to match number 2. It's going to be the semifinals here in this North American bracket. We have just sped ran our way through this bracket overall, Curix, but what action have we seen so far within this experimental cup tournament?
Yeah, kind of the case when you got a single limb tournament, right? You start speeding through it,
Yep.
First to 2, a little quick, a little fast, a little easy for some teams, maybe a little bit less so for others. And these two teams right here, Solaris and GeForce, obviously we saw GeForce already, but Solaris is another one of those teams that we've been looking forward to. We expected to see them at some point in the tournament, and finally we get that treat at the end of the road here for ourselves, at least, as we'll be casting our final game of the day here for you guys. And moving into a game like this, Vicky, I have a lot of expectations, but we got to throw those out the window a little bit, I think.
After what we just witnessed from GeForce in that first series, absolutely. Now, why don't we take a look at the roster of Solaris that we're going to have coming up on stream? A lot of these familiar names that we've seen within the contender space, and maybe not so contender space, looking at Custa, who is sitting on that Doom. I think that's supposed to be support here. Maybe just cosplaying as Doom, but there we go. We got the change up. We got the Mercy, the Custa Pride and True. We got Dove, King, Infected, Joker, and Landon. These players we have seen time and time again in the contender workspace.
Yeah, Infected wouldn't want me to tell you guys this, but kind of bodied him on ranked a while back, and he might be a little embarrassed for everybody to hear about that, but I got the receipts if he's going to try to challenge me on that one. But yeah, this is a great team, King and Dove. They have some solid synergy there, and honestly, those are two players that in T2, you're looking at those players to be making moves upwards pretty soon. Obviously, they're just trying to establish themselves right now. But why don't we take another look real quick before we get too deep into Solaris and what they have on offer. Let's take another look real quick. If you're just tuning in right now, GeForce is going to be their opposition here. We just saw them in the last series. Reiner on a totally different name for this this matchup, the Voices 982, as he's being called. Really, really set the tone in their last game, and honestly, I think is a big difference maker for this squad as well, filling in for what their main tank that they normally play with. Anyhow, I believe his name is, but GeForce, they're looking like a solid team, more solid than I think I gave them credit for.
Yeah, we just saw them just pop off in that first series. Also to highlight that Eugene is Madero, the support player that pops off on the Zen. But they're also warmed up. We have to highlight that they're warmed up after that first series against a really hard opponent, SR Peak Check. I just want to highlight that they're playing against such talented players, coming out on top in a clean 2-0. Moving on, though, can they replicate that here in the semifinals?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Both of these teams, obviously, they're really solid. I would say GeForce typically would have a little bit more of that synergy going for them, which would often mean a lot, but this is experimental card, and some of that synergy may go out the window when you're looking at entirely different play styles than what you're used to playing on live, because everything is just so drastically different than live. And even teams that you look and say, okay, this is kind of a pug team, and there's even some talent in the mix for some of these rosters as well, then maybe you think, okay, that they don't really have the same shot, especially when you see a team spearheaded by one of the best talents to come out of Tier 2 in recent memory, like Reiner. But still, you got to give some credit over to Solaris for this one, because I think as a whole, this roster is really good, and we've seen how a lot of teams actually get a little bit more out of their DPS, and Dove and King together, that's a tough matchup to beat.
Yeah, I was going to highlight, not only are they so strong individually, but together, they've built up so much synergy alongside one another. They both have been playing on Solaris. So overall, they have that experience too going into the series. And then you look at GeForce, you look at how this squad has also been able to really build up that synergy together, but now incorporating Reiner as a fill-in to their usual main tank. I feel like GeForce definitely has their footing here, but the synergy that we know that Solaris is coming into the series is going to be a lot to worry about.
Yeah, Infected, I maybe, I downplayed him a little bit when we first brought him up, but he's still a really solid main tank, someone to look out for. I know that actually between himself and Reiner, there's been a little back and forth going for a while, and even a recent tweet, I think, from Reiner, if I remember correctly, about that. But, we'll throw that to the side. We'll let them kind of handle that and discuss that if they want to. And we'll focus on what's really going on in the match. And speaking of, we're going to be moving into Busan for our first match here. Of course, Control as always. And getting things started on a map where, honestly, there's a dynamic here at play where this could really come down to the Reinhardt play. Obviously, yes, they do less damage in this experimental card patch versus live, but what we've seen is that the consistency, the uptime is so much higher. The brawls are a little bit more chaotic. They can get involved because they can soak more damage up, that they're doing actually more damage than we're used to ever seeing them do.
I'm glad that you bring up Brawl in particular, because that's what we've been seeing Orisa really take on that role, more so for tethering a lot of these opponents either into these ults or take them off into the environmental kills. Obviously, in this point, though, looking at Busan, there's so many limited outcomes that you have with that, but it's more about that tether that brings a lot of those enemies closer together to try to follow up with either the Molten Core or a lot of these Maze that we've been seeing too. But I'm interested to see what we have coming out of the gates, especially after the series that we just watched GeForce play.
Yeah, really excited for this one here. Remember, this is semifinals, first to 2 here. Put your predictions in the chat right now. We want to see them. GeForce, the team we just watched take the dub, move into this position. They took it 2-0 over SR Peak Check, featuring Cloudy, Chipsa, likes of that sort. Solaris, their opposition this time around. We see some fan favorites probably, right? Custa, Dove, King, Infected, landed Joker now as well. It's a good team in and of their own as well. GeForce definitely has a really tough task ahead of them, and it's really going to be all about these DPS, I think. I mean, Pummy showed out in that last match. Dove, King, that's a different matchup to try to contend with, especially given what is on the table in this patch, what heroes we know do well, and what they're capable of doing on those heroes.
Man, Pummy shutting down Chips on Sauna from SR Peak Check is no easy task, so I got eyes on Pummy to see how he's going to deal with this DPS lineup that Solaris is rolling out with. But look at this, GeForce actually already taking a more passive angle, trying to approach the point off to the side, but Solaris playing this very confidently already.
Yeah, they're just walking straight on up, actually separating a little bit. You can see King looking for that rotation onto the flank, and they're trying to match up. Eugene already gets taken out.
Well, okay, King, we get it. Clicking heads already. Eugene is out of this fight. That's the immortality field that won't be used for GeForce. Already the point coming online. That's going to be all for Solaris as GeForce want to reset for Eugene.
A lot of respect is going to need to be given here. And interestingly here, the Ash pick, one that we haven't seen all too often. It's usually the Cassidy taking that role of that mid-range kind of poke pressure. But Dove's pulling that one out. Stick coming out. Eugene caught again.
No fun allowed for Eugene. No immortality field. But Pummy does manage to get that punish onto King, but being on the Tracer, King's going to get right back into the action quickly.
See them already going in for that brawl. Infected gets stunned, and Dove gets taken out already.
Oh, Pummy! Now going to be able to retaliate from what we've been seeing from King. With Dove going down, then focus down on where Custa is. Custa falling so low, but is able to restabilize. Landon being on this set is going to help out King so much, as you can see, as Pummy gets taken down next. Magic 8-Ball is going to be met up with that. That's 2 down for GeForce, but a shatter for a shatter, although Reiner's the one that manages to catch Infected in that, so is Landon. And it was going back and forth at first as King makes his way back into this fight, but GeForce managed to restabilize and claim the point.
Oh, that was close there too, though. King was actually going for the pulse bomb, trying to get the stick onto Ultimate Web, set up Dove. And that's that synergy that we talked about. Just knowing that Dove was in a great position, that if he landed that pulse bomb, they could have continued here, and now they're looking to set up Dove even more. The Ant Matrix is out. They're looking to set up that damage on this Ashe that just does so much now with that change to the reload.
And the fact that you see Dove getting on these off angles, going to be able to pressure out Pummy, who's got the Deadeye coming into the next fight. The Supercharger, the pin! Oh, Dove says, that's none of my business. Getting away from Landon as he gets pinned right there from Reiner. Strider's going to go down too, but the Soundbeer is going to keep GeForce in this fight, but they're not finding these picks that are so necessary. King is terrorizing this backline.
And it's specifically Eugene that's taking most of that pressure. Madero there just really facing the onslaught of King, who's just running it down on that bat player and continuing to do so on everybody else as well, getting some help from Infected there onto Pummy, but they have been incredibly dominant because of the performance that they're getting out of their Tracer right now, and that's despite the change that we're seeing from Pulse Bomb. It's 190 damage down from what it is on the live patch, and he's still finding these kills. It's all about setting up that pre-damage or getting a melee in, getting that Pulse Bomb down, and securing the kill.
And just being able to get that post bomb all online so fast too, that ultimate cost reduced to 15%, 50%, that explosion damage reduced too, doesn't hurt you at the same time. That's why you see King just getting so aggressive. The immortality field was already deleted. Eugene goes down again after King has single-handedly harassed the back line of GeForce. The support lineup won't even be able to be in this fight.
I just know that there's a lot of there's a little bit of a warfare going on between two of these players in this lobby. I talked about it before. We won't mention too much about it later, but right now that's certainly a focus between these two teams, Infected versus Reiner, and it's an all-out brawl. 99% here though for Solaris. You can see them coming back into this next fight with a lot of options. Bob's going to come up. They're going to have Transcendence. They're going to have Ant Matrix to help out Dove as well. Joker's going to be able to slow down everybody once he gets in. He's going to be setting that up with the Fortify as well. So GeForce, a lot to contend with in what could be the last fight.
Oh, I love this Ryan content. Remember, it's not content unless you're content, but King now is definitely content after finding Pummy there, the molten core now, trying to create that space for Ultimate Web, but the bomb from Dove has now claimed Ryder. That's a main tank going down. Pummy is forced to swap off of the Cassidy to contest with King to at least touch this point. Overtime ticking away, and nobody from GeForce is left to contest.
Someone is going to have to deal with King, though, and it's going to have to happen quickly. I mean, everybody in that backline is under complete duress right now because of this Tracer play that we've been seeing from this player here, King. We talked about it. It's going to come down to the DPS and the matchup there, and King is just getting all the value in the world, finding these kills over and over and over again. It's not just Eugene, it's Pummy as well, someone that really helped this squad out, this GeForce squad out in their last series.
And Magic 8 Ball too, he's just been terrorizing the support lineup, and that means there's no sustainability for GeForce. You have Infected with that Fire Strike to take away a lot of that healing too away from GeForce, and when they don't even have their supports out in play for a good amount of time in that fight, I mean, what can you do that the threat of King provides when it comes to that backline? And look at these chat predictions. Chat was like, all right, we voted against GeForce, let's go for GeForce again. Meanwhile, Solaris has King and Dove popping off.
Yeah, they're going to need to be checked, like we said before. Pummy trying to deal with King, and he gets that reset. A nice flashbang. Finally, King dealt with here, and now they can push forward. They just need to stabilize here again. Pummy and Ultiweb are low, and Strider's already down.
He's put a stop to the menace, but these trades, though, they've lost Landing, they lost King, but they've also lost Ultimate Weapon Strider from GeForce. So that's why they're going to be able to rotate onto the point. You see a much slower approach here from Solaris, as Infected is just trying to get into a better angle.
Pummy taking down Caustic. A little lethal there, buddy, in the back line, working a little bit of an off angle there, collecting some kills.
Respect your elders out here.
have to, up close to that Ant Matrix as well, and that's really going to help. When GeForce is pushing in and trying to get into a position, you drop that Ant Matrix and it slows them down, forces them to have to play a little bit back or run past it.
And they also have that advantage with those ultimates, that supercharger now that Joker is now laid down. It's going to slow down GeForce, but they're still losing heads. You see Pummy finding Custa, the Shatter, Infected almost getting that pin, but King comes in, swoops up Reiner. Infected gets paid for it though, and now GeForce are going to be able to win in numbers just despite losing Reiner. They're going to be able to still try to claim this point, but Solaris still have the advantage on the point at the moment, nearing 35%.
This is rough though, because King's diving in, almost takes Pummy out. GeForce, I think, have to commit some ultimates, just take this despite kind of winning the other fight.
And that's what they're doing here, Heurix. They have the Molten Core, they have the Fire Strike to also be able to be the nail in the coffin for Infected, and they're also holding on to some ultimates of their own. They still have that Supercharger and that Ant Matrix, and they just got Shatter online.
That's huge for GeForce. They're going to have the Sound Barrier coming up as well, so they didn't have to invest anything other than their DPS ults. That's huge. Now they actually have a little bit of an advantage here to catch up to Solaris, who has Transcendence, sure, but that's not going to be really enough to get the kills and secure, I think.
Oh, okay. Getting a little ahead of himself, looking into the face of danger. You saw that pin, but with that sound barrier, he had that insurance. Consta gets taken out first by Eugene, and Landing gets taken down as well. Anti-Healy coming in, and the Shatter is online, but they don't want to waste all their ultimates. They want to hold on to it for that next fight, but they do come out on top, fighting 3 away from Solaris.
That was a great fight there from GeForce. Also, Reiner, aka The Voice, is holding on to that Shatter. That's going to be huge. They're going to look to try to get some value out of that. They need to actually slow this fight down just a tad here. Get a good position. Oh, that's a great pick for them as well, because Solaris, they're already in a position where they have to engage.
Beautiful, and they have the number advantage because of that. Now make it 2 with Dove going down. That's both DPS out. The Shatter now being put down by Infected, but Reiner's going to answer right back himself. Look how far up he's pulling all the way up. We talk about the aggressiveness just in that last game. Now look what he's doing here. All right, getting a little too excited though. His shield's going to burn. He can't get away in time. The Molten Core, at least from Ultima Web, to help clean up right after Reiner.
I can already tell this is going to be just such a great game here.
Yeah.
G-Force collecting bodies right now here as they hear themselves a pretty hefty lead. And even if Solaris is able to turn this around, G-Force is certainly going to have 99% by the end of the fight if they don't win it outright themselves. Now Dove committing the Bob and Deadeye coming out. Can they find a pick with it?
Oh, I was to say, Landon needs to be careful too. You want to build it into that Transcendence for this fight. Pummy takes a lot of damage though after trying to utilize that Deadeye. And here comes King on the backline again, harassing Eugene as Magic 8-Ball gets taken down. He's the only support alive, but Solaris have the number advantage. They flip the point, and it's going to have to be a reset for G-Force.
King definitely slowed down just a little bit since we saw him in that first round where he was just feasting. But that's not to say that he isn't having an impact. All I said was that he's slowing down a little bit from what was just god tier before this, but now Solaris relying on some other aspects of their roster to try to make sure that they can secure this and catch up now, actually.
It's very doable. They halted that momentum. The Supercharger now, and there's that Transcendence from Landon that we were talking about before. He's got to hold on to that here. As Dove tries to take the high ground, drops right down to contest the point. G-Force, though, they're just holding forward. There's that Transcendence, though, to help restabilize everything. The Shatter now has found Ryder, has found Strider. The pin on top of that. The support lineup has been wiped out, and that's going to have to be another reset for G-Force because Solaris have turned the tables here in their favor. Is there going to be anybody to contest the point here with only 5 seconds left?
It'd be the Lucio, but they need to get into a position where they could actually kill him quickly once he does actually touch. And there they get the kill. Also, the Wrecking Ball getting low as well. Pummy taken down. G-Force, there's just no shot that can turn this. They don't even have ultimates to play with.
One by one as they fall here. It's like a set of dominoes here. The Bomb now adding another head for Solaris. Too much pressure as G-Force get taken out and Solaris win game number 1.
Already kind of establishing themselves as the team to potentially move on to the final here. And that's against a squad that we just saw dominate in their last series and looked really phenomenal all across the board. But Solaris, again, we've said it twice now, I think. The DPS line is really going to set the tone in this matchup. And so far, that's exactly what we've seen. Dove has output so much damage. Nobody else in the lobby has even come close to what he's doing in terms of just raw damage output on that Ashe pick. And yes, you would probably say, okay, yeah, that should be the case. He's on Ashe. But hey, Torb does a lot of damage too. That's what we saw Ultimate playing for the predominant portion of that series. But King as well, so disruptive in the backline, especially towards Eugene, and also putting some pressure down onto Pummy, a guy that really did a lot in their last series. They kind of relied on him in a lot of instances.
And we highlighted the synergy that the DPS lineup between Dove and King have is beautiful, but we also have to highlight just the fact that Dove helps put on so much pressure and King just helps sweep up the rest and does the rest by cleaning things up after Dove, which is why Dove is putting on so much damage. So while Dove is on the high ground, splitting away a lot of that attention, King is harassing that backline and he's doing so amazingly, specifically isolating those supports, giving Eugene an extremely hard time. If this continues on with their game plan, it's going to be difficult here for G-Force to adapt around.
Yeah, and on top of that, if Dove is playing things like Ashe, and we know that Dove is that type of player to play typically those kind of mid-range hit scans, he's very good on things like Soldier, Cassidy, obviously Ashe as well. Very, very talented on those types of picks, especially when he's able to play like that as well. That he's able to do a lot, especially given the changes that we see on characters like Ashe as well. When you're looking at the amount of damage output that you can get on Brawl compositions, given the change to Dynamite specifically, that now everybody that's caught in that Dynamite AoE is taking the full brunt of that damage over time effect, as opposed to maybe, the further they are out, they weren't taking as much. So he's really doing a lot more, able to secure more Bob ultimates as well. We saw 5 of them in that last map, but really, I got to keep my eye on King, I think, more than anything else, because of what he's been able to get away with on that Tracer pick and the amount of damage and disruption he's had towards Eugene, towards Pummy, Magic and 8-Ball. Everybody has been struggling, and it wasn't until, you know, a few sections of that last round there where we saw Pummy able to get him in check.
Yeah, now you got me thinking about the combo that we could potentially see from Dove and the Fire Strike from Infected. That could be absolutely crazy because then you think about the damage output from the Dynamite. But we're going on to a map number 2. It's going to be, surprise, surprise, King's Row. And we've been seeing this map a lot.
Is there another map of the pool? I feel like this is the only one that they have to pick from because it's the only one that they have picked.
I'm not complaining. I love this map. It's probably like my favorite map. I mean, at least the winter version of it. But you know, we're here to stay. But we gotta highlight the verticality again that the geometry of this map provides. We're gonna be able to also highlight how this is gonna enable Dove a lot. You talk about those mid to long range characters that Dove finds himself on. Well, now imagine on King's Row where you could get into the high ground. Maybe if you have a Mei added in here, you're gonna be able to get sword all the way up above into the heavens on top of the ice wall, on top of the high ground here. I mean, so many opportunities alone just within this experimental patch.
Yeah, this definitely got me excited. I can't wait to see, you know, how things progress from here. What kinds of changes get made to the game in general? What are we going to see later on in the future of Overwatch as well, into Overwatch 2 and beyond? I mean, certainly a lot of cool things. Definitely want to hear what you guys think as well. Hashtag OW Creator Cup right now on Twitter. Join the conversation. Let us know what you're thinking about. Let us know who you think's going to win this one. Are we going to see Solaris versus Solaris in the finals? Something that I wouldn't have put my money on going into today. I mean, I said that. I might have been wrong. It could be happening.
That would be absolutely crazy. We don't write the script, we promise. These things
Someone
in
else
Overwatch,
does.
they tend to happen, you know? Somebody else does it. Oh, but we got the Symmetra rolling out, and I'm so happy to see this. We have not really been able to see the Symmetra too often. Those turrets healing her allies now, too, so they can just get into this. They're wasting no time, though. Reiner's the first one to go down, and what a way to try to approach this differently, but you saw Solaris was ready, taking these off angles. Look at where Dove is looking at them from.
Yeah, he just wrapped entirely around, so he was actually in their back line, kind of playing farther away and just suppressing, but you can already see that it wasn't really Dove, despite his great positioning, that did the damage. It was actually Infected who came out and just clobbered everybody on G-Force. They weren't able to really match him, and now we see that swap as well. Magic and 8-Ball over to the Lucio. No more of those teleporters, no more of those healing turrets. It's all about just getting into position here.
Oh, the Shatter and the Pulse Bomb on top of it, and the Dynamite that you were just highlighting doing so much damage as King makes a DPS sandwich out of G-Force here, hugging their spawn. I mean, this is not what you want to see going on to a map number 2 when Solaris are up an entire map ahead of you in a first 2.
Nice little dunk there as well. I mean, that was a 3-way alley-oop. You saw Infected into King. With those two ultimates, then Dove landed all that pressure as well. The Dynamite doing so much as well. They're going to have Bob already.
Oh, and the Bob is just putting in so much pressure.
Bro?
Another member out here. Trying the pin. Infected. Hello? What did I just witness? 911. There's a massacre going on the top of King's Row.
Dove got caught in that pin, but I mean, Reiner got pushed and pulled in 17 different directions. It was long enough where Custa actually had enough time to file his taxes and then throw down the Immortality Field, which has a less duration now, but he timed it perfectly.
The Dynamite now, the Shatter. On top of that, the Dynamite is just putting on way too much damage, trying to leave out of this choke point alone. You see that G-Force is trying to fight their way right through, trying to take these different angles, but it's just so much damage being covered at all angles by Solaris.
RDC landed, has a lot of sustain on option here for Solaris. They're going to have that Transcendence available, and G-Force, they know pushing in, they have to get kills quickly, otherwise that ultimate's going to come out, and they've already lost their Cassidy.
Oh, and they lost their Cassidy, they lost their support now too. It's only up to Eugene who gets taken out, and the pin on top of that as a cherry on top onto Strider. I mean, team fight after team fight, we're seeing it happen again. G-Force, they need to make some swaps. Pummy's gonna desperately swap over to the Widow, maybe see if they can try to get a pick or something going on.
That's going to be so difficult, though. Yes, I like this a lot better with the Ashe swap because there's 2 shields that you have to push through and line of sight that you have to deal with, on top of the fact that hit scans don't have as much damage fall off as before. It's caps at 30% instead of 50% now, so dealing with the Widow in these ranges, you can match it a little bit better.
You have to worry about these ultimates, though, that Solaris has been able to build up after all those team fights that they've been able to come out on top with. That Transcendence from Landon, though, try to stop that approach, but GeForce, none of these members have fallen down just yet. Hopefully, Pummy could get something going, try to build into this Bob that Dove has been able to build up into, but Eugene puts the Bob to sleep. Amazing play here to negate a lot of that damage. Meanwhile, King is having that 1v1 against Magic, who's going to be able to build up that sound barrier, but GeForce are playing this all split up. Solaris don't really know which way to focus.
Yeah, I'd be in a similar position mentally. Like, how do you deal with this? Landon and Custa are working off each other so well in the back line that nobody's able to get to them. Neither of them have deaths. In fact, Dove is the only death on this side.
It's so hard. Ultimate Weapon's also on the high ground at one point too, but couldn't really isolate Custa and Landon like you were saying. Now the pulse bomb on top of Eugene. You won't have the nano boost when you have nobody left here on the point. You gotta try to stay alive, but your support lineup has been single-handedly wiped out by King alone. Nobody from GeForce is gonna be alive to even touch this point.
That is incredible. A full hold from Solaris on a DPS lineup that we have not really seen anybody else playing in this tournament. Remember what we talked about, yesterday and even coming into today, it was all about players playing Cassidy, Mei, Torb. We were seeing occasional Reaper and Sombra, but realistically, that's what has really been kind of carrying the ship forward for a lot of teams. And Dove and King come in here and play Ashe and Tracer, and they are dominant right now against a team that we know to be stellar.
King go Burr.
That he does.
I 100% agree with you, Don. Hashtag OW Creator Cup, guys. Tweet at us your thoughts over these last two matches that we've been able to witness, because so far it's just been insane to see Solaris put on such a fight against GeForce. I mean, Curix, you were highlighting this right before we jumped in the first map. This DPS lineup from Solaris, we've seen it again. They've built up the synergy. We're not surprised that King and Dove are quite literally coming and swinging. But aside from that, Infected is bouncing off so well off of this DPS, enabling King, putting him in that position to get a lot of these flanking angles onto the support lineup of GeForce.
Yeah, now obviously, you got to give respect and credit over to the other players on this roster too. Obviously, we talk a lot about Dove and King. Infected has been showing out. Joker made that incredible play to save Dove with the tether, giving Custa enough time, and Custa's been playing so well as well. And remember, he's not dying out like at all. Literally 0 deaths right now. Very consistent healing, working off of Landon well, who's finding pick after pick after pick. I mean, everything about this roster is coming together right now, and now all they need is a single tick here on King's Row, and they've got 4 minutes to do just that.
Absolutely crazy. They have all the time in the world, and the Landon and Custa, their positioning has just been beautiful. The Immortality Field to help them out, but they delete the Immortality Field. They delete Custa in the process. A good start here for GeForce, but we talk about the positioning, we talk about those angles. You see Landon on the high ground here, but they've lost Infected, the main tank going down. They may want to go for a reset here. Meanwhile, King is still in the back line, trying to find an opportunity to sandwich GeForce while the rest of Solaris get into position.
Solaris definitely have to be careful still. I mean, yes, they set themselves up into a great position here, knowing full well that, they can't lose this map at worst. They just need one single tick, and they kind of need to be cognizant of the fact that this could be still a trap scenario here. They could get themselves caught in a situation where, they get carried away. They don't think about a good strategy to execute on to actually secure the point, but now it seems like they might be doing that. It's all on Landon as well.
Oh, you saw Ryder just dive into Infected. Infected getting hit so hard, but you see Solaris popping up. The Shatter from Reiner, though, getting ahead of themselves. Even though Landon goes down with that Transcendence, the Molten Core now on the point. They were on the point for free here, Riggs. Nobody left to contest, even though the Molten Core was unleashed.
Incredible finish for an incredible team. A collection of 2 incredible teams at that. And King, how fitting it is. Play of the game there for him. Probably got to be the player of the match. I mean, from what we saw in Control, especially that first round, really setting the tone, making sure that, look, you got to pay attention to me or you guys are going to lose this series. And it became a struggle then. It continued to be a struggle later into the series. And King needs to be put on watch by someone in a grand final matchup that's yet to come.
I'm just amazed at the positioning that they were able to take. Even though they lost Custa at the very start, they lost Infected too. They were able to just take that high ground position and take away a lot of that focus to allow themselves to sandwich GeForce, which was so brutal to watch because not only were their comms on point, but you could see their way of thinking of just trying to encapsulate that point all at the same time to split a lot of that focus fire away from GeForce.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I mean, this is one semifinal down, and there's another one still going on. But here's the thing. The other semifinal also has a Solaris team. A Solaris T6 on the other side that could potentially make it through. You see right there, they're taking on Team Peps, and that's a team that has been best, get amazed. They've got FD God, Suna, definitely a very, very strong team. But Solaris T6, that's a roster of players that have been together for so long. I mean, Rhino, Luke Mino, Attack, they have played together on, you know, a couple of rosters, but it has been over a long period of time, and they play so well together. We talk about synergy all the time. Well, they have it in spades. If there was ever a Solaris team to make it, I actually would have put my money on Solaris T6, and yet Solaris actually moved forward already into a grand final. It could very well be a caster's worst nightmare in a grand final matchup, unless Team Peps can put a stop to it.
That's so true. I didn't even think about that. Looking at the bracket and looking at these teams, I from the very beginning of the broadcast, I was thinking about it. Like, are we going to have the double team Solaris sit in the grand finals? I mean, what outcome would that be? But Team Peps is a really strong team to look out for. So who knows what the outcome is going to be for that series. But I'm not disappointed to see at least one team of Solaris has made it into the grand finals. It's been best of two so far until the grand finals itself as well. So they could take a little bit of a breather, but single elimination, you only get one shot here, Ix.
Yeah, you only got one shot. And speaking of, there's a little update that I got for you guys there watching at home. Solaris T6 just took the first map of Busan. So they're on match point, and it's down to the wire here. Team Pep's got to have to turn it around. Otherwise, Lemon, leg day, unfortunately, you're going to be casting potentially Solaris versus Solaris, and I wish you all the luck in the world if that should happen. So maybe they're going to be cheering on Peps. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it's been a really good time to see how a lot of these teams have also been able to come up with their own comps that they feel really strongly on this experimental patch. It's also great to see how creative they were able to get. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in. The amazing LemonKiwi and Leg Day are going to take you guys through the grand finals. And we're done bringing you all the action within this North America Experimental Cup. It's been a good time so far here, and I'm glad to be back on the mic with you.
Yeah, it's been a blast. Love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. And of course, stay tuned because after this break, we'll see you on the other side for the grand final. Be right back.
Ooh, thank you so much, Lemon, for helping me with my halts. I feel like my pull timings are really improving. I almost got a halt dynamite yesterday.
That's great work, Arissa. Keep that up. That's awesome. Who wants to go next? Oh, hello, Reinhardt player. I haven't seen you here before. What's your name?
Hey everyone, my name's Phil and I love playing Reinhardt.
Oh, me too. Reinhardt is very fun. What problem are you having today?
Well, I'm a gold player, but I should be in diamond.
Okay, settle down, everyone. Settle down. Well, why do you think that, Phil?
I'm only in gold because I keep feeding.
Well, have you tried not feeding?
Yes, I've tried everything, including not feeding.
Okay then, how about this? I can help you find some tank content creators to...
We already watch a lot of creators for tips. It's not helping us.
I still charge the enemy Genji soul.
We can't do any more, Lemon. We need your help more than ever. Exactly. There must be something you can do. Maybe Blizzard will listen.
All right. Okay, how about this? Everyone is getting more health and more armor. You're going to be able to control your abilities. Reinhardt, you'll be able to cancel your charge. And Arissa, you'll be able to move faster with Fortify.
Wow, I do like galloping.
Stop feeding!
And I'll reduce all crowd control duration by 50%.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, tank players, when you're struggling with your Overwatch gameplay, there's help available. With me, LemonKiwi. Because when life gives you lemons, you get a kiwi. A LemonKiwi. LemonKiwi not included. LemonKiwi hybrids are not real. Creator card balance changes are not required to be good for the game. LemonKiwi tank player support group does not guarantee SR gains. Not all crowd control reduced by 50%. If you have a lost streak for more than 4 hours, please consult your nearest practice range. Ultimate batteries not included. Can I stop this thumb thing now? My arm hurts. Hello? 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 Anyone?
The Overwatch Flash Ops Experimental Card Creator Cup returns, and we are jumping into the second semi-final because, hey, they've still got 1 or 2 maps left. Why don't we just jump right into it and make sure you guys don't miss any of the action between Solaris T6 and Team Peps.
Yep, we're live with your philosophy professor and me, Weather at Channel 4 News. We just haven't gotten to suit up in a while. So we put our nice jackets on, like they put his seeing glasses on so we can actually see the game this time. And we got our other semi-final because the day never stops, full of action. But we're going to find out who's joining Solaris in the final. Will it be Solaris, other Solaris, or will it be Team Pep?
Could it be Solaris versus Solaris? As a quick look at Solaris T6. Interestingly, Lemon, these are the only 2 teams in the bracket that had logos, at least that have made it to the quarterfinals. So it's a bit of a logo buff at the moment. Luke Mino and Rack Attack. A very well-known duo over in Tier 2 Overwatch. These guys have synergy out the wazoo. They've been playing together for a long time until Luke Mino grew up and went to college, of course, to learn my philosophy course.
Speaking of growing up, I know Rhino was so young when we first started casting him in Contenders, the Orisa superstar, the mastermind behind it. And I'm excited to see what he's going to do and also what he thinks about the Orisa changes. It's been a lot of Reinhardt and Orisa, tug differential. We go to Team Peps. So the French have arrived. I'm excited. I saw kind of the stream going on. Lots of support for the creators participating today.
Eurogamers du jour over here. Ben Best, of course, formerly of the Paris Eternal and noted spokesman for the Overwatch League. And he will give you all the good... he used to give you all the good drops on Overwatch League. I love those ads. They were bloody fantastic. And of course, we've got Suna as well, I believe, also was on the Paris Eternal for a while, and I think was also on the Vancouver Titans, but is a nasty tracer, and we've just seen what a good tracer can do as King so aptly displayed.
Well, let's take a look at our map set, because we're in the middle of the series, actually. We paused the semifinals so we could jump in and get some of that action going. They actually all have already concluded Busan, and this was won by Solaris. So Team Peps have chosen to bring us to... drum roll. It's King's Row, of course. We always go to King's Row all day, every day. And I'm expecting more Orisa and Ryan. We've seen a lot of versatility, though, in the DPS and sometimes the support line, where FD God, he'll be probably sporting that Lucio, I imagine. So I'm expecting some fast gameplay. But I made sure to put that 75% speed cap, because I didn't want, race cars everywhere.
Lemon making sure that we can at least cast the game that she has designed. And of course, when we go to King's Row, like you said, we're going to be expecting the Reinhardts here, Lemon. And it's no surprise that this would be the choice, given that Ben Best is a notably chatty Reinhardt. We've already lost one of our Reinhardt Giga Chads in the form of Reiner over in our other semi-finals. Let's get straight into the action here on King's Row. It's Solaris versus Team Peps for a place in the grand finals. And a chance to fight for a grand prize of $10,000 US.
Tons of people participating in this, from pro players to contenders players, tier 3 content creators. We even had Chipsa here, the Doomfist masterminds. Well, I've been enjoying seeing everyone's feedback and seeing how people are having fun with this, and even getting to see the interactions between the DPS, the support changes, and then the tank changes, because we didn't all really talk to each other when we made these changes. So, for example, Diva, which is what Ben Best has locked in for the moment, you get a 30% ult charge given to you if you eat an ultimate. So with the tracer changes that were made by Jake and Wanted, with so many pulse bombs flying around every fight, I feel like this ended up being a solid addition for Diva. So I wonder if Get Amaze or Ben Best, whoever chooses it, is going to stick around with it.
Of course, if Solaris do end up winning out this battle, Infected versus Rhino is essentially the child prodigy main tank battle, as I believe both are either 16 or under. Evidently some of the most competitive gaming fetuses you've ever seen.
Oh my god, Suna's just TPing behind them, now just directly on the point, all up in Reiner's business, or Rhino's business. He's now getting charged, he's trying to peel for the team, keep that shield up. Now he's getting tethered around, or I think that was Frosted trying to tether people around him. We already have a shatter from Rhino?
We did, but Suyo decided, you know what? I'm going to send you to Saturn instead. You could try for a slam dunk from the high ground, but everyone else managed to get out of the way just in time. The defensive Symmetra is really interesting. We talked before, Lemon, about how the supportive Symmetra is very useful for like bunker-style compositions. Suna coming in once again from the back, flanking on the Reaper, has isolated Zook, but the healing should be well delivered from Lucmino to keep that Torbjorn alive.
These secret agents. You got Suna TPing around, you got Get Amaze just dealing with the Zook Torbjorn turret as Team Peps get ready to approach again. Remember, these fire strikes is 50% less healing. Suna's getting pulled towards the team, but he's gonna raise the TP away, and he manages to do so as Rag Attack's Photon Barrier split the objective, allowed kind of a base for Solaris to fall back behind, and Team Peps fall back after that.
Even though it's locationally limited, the Symmetra turret healing really does add up if you get 3 of them on you. That's an early slam again. Rack Attack on the ground and pinned away at both Rack Attack and Rhino.
Suna going after the door, but oh my god, Zook, even with the molten core and everything, that is a beast up on the high ground. I'm starting to understand a little bit more why our Team Peps are just committing so much to that Torbjorn.
The double builder menace has arrived. Wait, does Torbjorn have a For the Horde voice line? I did not know that.
Today we flirt.
Amazing. Zook is a big Warcraft fan, of course. You know what? I can't blame them. Team Peps now. How are they going to break this first point defense? The double builders have made it very difficult. A fresh teleport, a fresh idea. The sound barrier goes over onto everyone except for Suna.
Suna's death blossoming, but the immortality has dropped. Lucamino still dies, and now Solaris are left with only Symmetra heals coming from the turret and everything else. Team Peps have unleashed Death Blossom sound barrier. As with a minute 30, still working on unlocking that point, and I'm seeing Solaris hover around. We could get a recontest.
FT God actually got hooked in there by the Tendril and managed to survive somehow. It just wasn't enough focus damage onto him. That's a lovely wall, so no recontesters available. You can't fly just yet, boys. And Solaris, though, they are at least lucky in that they have plenty of people outside this micro choke, so they'll be able to take advantage of this very difficult to pass area. Then Best could always break through here by being boosted up onto the high ground by the wall and maybe getting a surprise attack.
Oh, Coalescence at the ready. Suna chasing after Ash, mainly Brooks, who still could not ward away Suna, but at least there's a trade. Meanwhile, there's a molten core, and Zook gets a double kill as Solaris chose that moment while Suna was occupied to rush into the rest of the offense. 3 minutes left, Team Peps resetting.
Question is, how aggressive does Solaris get here? With this double builder composition, it's unlikely. Look at the speed on Team Peps already round the back. Maybe not with everyone on the team, but Ben Best looking for a slam. That's a big one.
2 slams for the price of 1, and as the dominoes are following, I'm seeing Team Peps with half a team remaining. Solaris only lost 1 support, and they're fine. They could trust Lucamino with this, as Solaris still running after them and extending past the choke, and, well, Tsuyo thought he was safe.
A turn around here, Lemon. Something a touch more aggressive. Frosted already had a knock at the door of the spawn. Team Peps once again want to play from the high ground. There's no point in trying to play through that choke when you're... Oh, wait, no. Ben Best wants to give it a go nonetheless. It's a 2-pronged attack with Get Amazed at the top, Ben Best at the bottom. Get Amazed has a little bit of energy to work with. And with this preliminary poking, they've managed to isolate Rhino a little bit.
Now this is the corner battle. Looking at ultimates, the molten core is what's sticking out to me for Zook, and he's trying to play as safe as possible. Once this Maywall drops, they could be unleashing a fight. It's a supercharger, which is going to slow down the push from the attack. The sound barrier from FD got delivered to sustain them, and probably they're disengaged away from the supercharger because the molten core in Zook's 3K is insane. Team Peps have to turn back around again.
S-tier lava accuracy there from Zook. And now Brooks has Bob good to go as well, and Bob's going to be very important, maybe just for being able to contest the cart and making sure Team Peps can't move the objective while Solaris make their own rotations into nifty positions, potentially behind something like a Symmetra. Oh, hello! Oh, the TP back out! I think they grabbed FD God, but they were saved by the wall.
Yeah, I know people have been experimenting with the TP. It's so funny. Zook, oh my god, taking the most out of that stacking damage, as I think that was a grab and a blizzard. You got a shot or two from Team Peps getting desperate to move this card, but they are successful nonetheless, getting at least halfway to point B. Tsuyo launching himself to the moon, and little Mount Everest on top.
The aerial attack on Lucamino. It's over, Lucas. I have the high ground. 30 seconds remain for Team Peps, and still one more fight that they must win. Lucamino can open this up fairly well with the amplification matrix. Remember, while that's active, they can actually heal themselves with the Bardic Launcher, so that gives the Baptiste a lot of survivability.
At Matrix from Lucamino, defense trying to shred those shields soon as, oh my god, he sneaks up to the backline, a double kill, but is it enough? 12 seconds to cap B, and Rhino has been walled off by Tsuyo, and you see everyone coalescing on that main tank, and Team Peps have done enough. A few inches left to go. Solaris dying on the cart to take as much time away as possible, and Team Peps move into point C now with a minute 30.
It's not much time, Lemon, but point C is better than being stopped on streets, Brooks. They have garnered the attention of multiple players, but remember, that high ground isn't as safe as you'd previously have imagined for a hit scan, simply because Suyo can boost people up with the May wall and get on top of the opposing high ground, or the same one where Brooks wants to play.
What? The grab on the high ground? I hope Suna is ready for that. He seems like he is. He's on the high ground doing the work. Now a 6 versus 4 for Team Peps. They still got a Blizzard. They got a Shatter. Benbez getting into position. They've walled off that Orisa. And next, he probably wants to lock eyes with Rhino because he's on his left with a Shatter. And, well, he went back to spawn. So Rhino's making sure if he's going for a Shatter play, he's got full 6 with him. But the card is rapidly approaching. They Blizzarded Rhino. They know he has Shatter. The immortality comes up. Rhino is still alive, but he doesn't want to waste the ult, or I guess he already did. But Team Peps, now they're just shattering people staggering from spawn, and this should be a cap.
Unfortunately, right there for Solaris T6, Brooks, I believe, brought out the Bob and missed. Bob was just hanging out in spawn. He was not having a great time. Well, maybe he was actually having a fantastic time, but it wasn't a great result. And now, 20 seconds, that's time on the clock, Lemon. Unbelievable, to be honest, considering it was only 1:30 here for Team Peps.
Yeah, Team Peps had a few hiccups when it came to capping the point, getting about at the halfway point of point B, but then they would just commit more and more ultimates. But then they became, before it came to, okay, let's drop 3 ultimates right at the start. And then later on, it became, okay, let's layer these a little bit more properly. And you could see the ult economy was getting improved over time. And to be able to finish this map, it's pretty solid. Now, I can't really compare this to live of like what a 20-second time bank means, but because people sometimes make speed runs out of this, but the extra sustain that tanks have make it so fights just last longer and you have less time in general.
Less time to play with. Remember, if you guys want to join the conversation, hashtag OW Creator Cup on Twitter. We'll get you noticed, and if you are verbose, funny, or potentially a little bit of a memer, you might well make the broadcast. Now, Team Peps, what can they do on the defense? Also opting into this double builder setup, which means that it's going to be a little bit more stationary. Ideally, Getamaze wants to do the old snipe drag here onto someone. Just pop around the corner, use Halt, and then fortify, yeet themselves away as fast as possible.
And Frost is going to want to eat up those fire strikes. And mainly see if he can damage mitigate anything that Suyo on the Torbjorn is doing as they place the TP. I think they were trying to tether someone into the TP and bring them back to the point because it brings them with them, but I don't think they were successful that time. That Rhino shield has already been shredded. Fire strike, 50% less healing. Unaffected though, as it was Frost to play more at an off angle as Team Pep still just, they kind of creep up closer, see if they can tether. So that's why Brooks has to be so careful on these off angles because at any moment he could be pulled into something he did not sign up for, as it's the battle for Hotel, but Solaris desperate for heals without rack attack. It's not going to work. A great flashbang from Brooks, but only gets 1 trade out of it, and Solaris will have to fall back. They do have a quicker respawn, so the fight could start very soon.
FT Gold can return pretty quickly though, utilizing their own teleport element, so that's going to cut the commute time down substantially for the Symmetra. Also, these turrets are still active. They allow Getamaze to get pretty easily healed up through even through the 50% anti-heal that's delivered by the Reinhardt Fire Strike. Solaris, though, how do they break into this? They've got to try and get their own little kidnap strat with a tendril going on, get people out of the zone of influence of these builders.
Ooh, Amp Matrix Fire Strike still alive and well that I see, and I can't say the same about Solaris. Huge slam from Ben Best, and there I will stop yelling. Everything got so quiet there after that.
Did you ever stun the entire broadcast, Lemon? Because I think Ben Best just stunned the entire broadcast.
He stunned me. I mean, I felt like I was yelling in a library. I just felt like I had to... Okay, I'll be quiet now.
I guess I'm well dressed to give you the shh.
Oh no, stop.
We're contemplating philosophy here, Lemon. Please, do be quiet.
Please, shut up, Caster.
Caster, start the game, be quiet. Man, we're just gonna have to figure out what is afoot here. I don't think there are any real shenanigans.
Hopefully nothing that has to be reset. So yeah, by the way, Solaris is leading the series. This is a 1-2. So if they manage to take a win here, they will be going up into the finals to face brother or sister, sibling Solaris in the final for $10,000. Would you slay your sibling for $10,000? That's a metaphorical question I gotta drop, you know?
Just broadcast filling questions. How much money would it take for you to murder your sibling? Well, I mean, if you're willing to pay, then...
I know some people would do it for free.
Yeah. There are some people who don't have the greatest sibling relationships. Of course, here in the LemonKiwi house, we all get on just fine.
Oh, thank God. Unpaused.
I'm a big fan of my stepcaster.
Well, your brother's like in a rock band, so I think it would take you more than 10K, because that's pretty cool.
I did not consider the cool factor in the murder, Lemon.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I should have done some more thorough research into the budgets for this.
Well, let's at least research what Solaris is planning on doing, because it's a shatter game for them. That's all they got to depend on. But man, this defense has everything. You got a photon barrier, you got a Deadeye being channeled, was looking for that Ash from Brooks up in the high ground. You got a shatter from Rhino to stop the pain train. But Team Peps have now given up all of their ultimates, and they're losing the fight, Leg Day.
The Molten Core has been pretty thoroughly avoided right here. Frosted, the brand new front line. Pops that Fortify to move forward as fast as possible. And Rhino's just going to sit back here and get themselves a capped Solaris. Took a little bit of time to do it, admittedly, but Team Peps went the fastest on point A either. And sooner now, onto the Reaper instead. Wants to do more direct damage to Rhino and Frosted. Evidently, they consider these tanks to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I imagine. Can you even go up in that window? Brooks tried. You know, there's Fire Strikes, there's a Diva from Get Amaze that can get up there very easily. AC 130 style, you can float as Diva now, so you can just permanently camp that window. Maybe give a spot for Suna to drop down into the backline, but probably want to be more conservative around this corner. But we'll see how Team Peps are feeling themselves. We kind of got to stand still at the choke. We're waiting for the tanks to make the move as Frosted jumps ahead, drops a supercharger, and the shatter floors, all of them. Ben Best is really the best at it, but his team got crushed as they tried to move forward after that shatter. Solaris, the supercharger, was left alone for so long.
And the grim reality of it was, once you have that amplification matrix out, if Luke Mino and Rack Attack can free cast through that, think about how much damage a Baptiste and a Zen doing double damage will do to your team. It is not enough to be dealt with by something as small as a Coalescence when it comes to these oh damn support ults to try and save yourselves. Team Peps, they're going on a long rotation here to try and outflank Solaris, but this does mean they have to give up a little bit of progress on the car, and FD God, they wanted to touch the car and stop it, but they paid dearly.
Yeah, he was a skater boy, and we just said, see you later, boy. That's just what happened to poor damn FD God after he got shot by the Ash like that, and that's what Solaris did to just initiate and illuminate this entire fight, and they get to just walk this in. And Team Peps, gotta hope they could do a lot more on Seed, because Solaris have a lot more time to work with when it comes to trying to complete this map.
Rack Attack really making the most of that elevation that's been given over to Zen. Being able to move from high ground to high ground is so important when you're trying to avoid someone as aggressive as Ben Best on the Reinhardt. You do not want to get into the hammer space of that angry German man. Oh, that's a lovely
my God, Rhino! He's not an endangered species, but he's gonna endanger somebody else after that one. Holy cow! Solaris made a huge statement, and you are panicking if you're a Team Peps fan, because this momentum has not stopped.
Oh my goodness, Rhino is on fire. The lineup's good on the Fire Strike as well, getting the micro crouch in there to make sure they get multiple enemies that are put down on the floor. What in the world is that? Team Peps need to get it together right now.
Now you see all Team Peps are on the left side, but look who's trying to join them, give him a big ol' hug. It's Rhino, who's currently frozen, but by his side is Frosted, who drops the supercharger and will slow Team Peps to almost a halt. The Coalescence bought them a lot of time to throw a left and right hook, but this boat is sailing. 3 minutes and 17, a 2 minute 17 advantage over Team Peps. Solaris are looking really good to go to the final.
They look so in sync, Lemon, and Rhino really has read the aggression and the pathing from Team Peps, which is admittedly getting a little bit complicated. Here and there, they might be trying to approach this with a touch too much intelligence and a touch too little brutality. Team Peps are definitely having quite a few issues in the tank versus tank at the moment, which admittedly for Rhino is a huge boon because Rhino's a young player. I don't think they're eligible for OWL just yet, but maybe looking for some team to pick them up for 2022 when the contender season finally starts.
Yeah, there's just still so many shakeups. I'm sure there's still more announcements to be made of who's moving up to the Overwatch League and who might be changing rosters when it comes to contenders. Excited to see how that turns out. When it comes to Team Peps and their success, I feel like the highest chances of them winning fights is when Suna was able to jump into the backline as the Reaper and probably get a pick onto Brooks on the Ashe. But I haven't seen them being able to do that. And even when Benbas will shatter like 4 to 6 people, it's still not a fight win for them. So it's maybe just a question of, are they all focused together on the same targets when that happens? Because Solaris are not afraid to walk past your shields, supercharger, and shatter you.
Admittedly, it's a little bit of a mixed français on the side of Team Peps, whereas Solaris T6, built from a lot of players who know each other and have considerable experience playing alongside each other. Benbest speeded over the aggression here, Lemon. It might be stopped by Suna falling.
You can multi-pin though, but Fortify will still be able to stop that. But let's see what kind of sandwich. How many toppings can we put on this? But man, the Symmetra is still going to charge up. The healing is going to take some time, and the turrets can be dismantled. So even though the healing could be inconsistent, clearly Rack Attack consistently racking up those kills. So I have no problem with what Solaris are doing.
This particular pathing, not the je ne sais quoi that Team Peps needed, and it might now be a mad dash to a point itself, Lemon. Utilizing the speed that FD God brings to the party by playing that loose here. We'll get Benbest in a position to do this. Get Amazed, gets the first touch, but look at this. Frosted in the back, everyone gets slowed.
Oh, Benbest, he's trying to focus on at least reaching that Torva, if not the supports, but Solaris held their ground. They protect their supercharger and more with the photon barrier. They had all the ults they needed, and Benbest tried to go in on that fight and get a lucky charge. Got nothing, got lost in the sauce when a shatter came the other way from Rhino, and I think Benbest didn't know how to react.
Oh, Frosted on the drop down just had such amazing timing there, realizing that the French composition on Team Peps, it's going to rely so heavily on the speed of the engagement, Lemon. So instead, they simply put down the supercharger, utilizing the new design where it slows everybody by 40%, but it gets a line of sight on, and saying, you know what, you guys can call this composition rush, but I'm going to call it crawl.
Yeah, that was like a big thing we were trying to figure out when it came to supercharger, is that initially it was just so squishy and weak, especially when you're placing it near enemies. So we made sure to just give it more health, slightly bit more range, and having to code it go through shields was something not possible for the hotfix. So now we feel like it was definitely in a strong place to stop any dives and slow down the momentum of fights. And that was a similar notion when it comes to the fire strike and the anti-heal that was imposed with that ability. So it's been cool to just see even the pros to content creators to just everyone in the community find different ways of how to spark up these fights. And Benbest is like, screw all these new abilities, I'm still gonna charge in, Lemon. So you could cancel it, but he chooses not to, you know?
You can try and stop me, but you won't succeed. Brooks opens up here with the Widowmaker. Will anyone grace Brooks with a peek? I think the answer will likely be no, and so Brooks will swap on over. Remember that Ashe did gain quite a bit of prevalence against double shield for the ability to do damage with the dynamite over the shields themselves, and even though it is not Orisa Sigma, double shield still the Reinhardt Orisa is.
All right, Solaris, we're just going for pokes. Any type of picks. Get Amazed and FD God have this evil plan to kidnap someone into their evil lair, but Team Peps get hit with a fire strike, and they wanted to wait that out, but Rhino didn't take the initiative. His shield is broken. Now Benbest, his shield is broken, and it's a dance of who is going to pull the trigger first, but with that first pick from Team Peps, this might slow down Solaris, who only need 33% to go to our $10,000 grand final. Everything is on the line, and Rhino drops a slam. It's blocked, but the tanks have been removed by Team Peps, and now they can only depend on a photon bear from their new support FD God to hold down their ground, and Suna got all the kills after that on the Cassidy, and somehow Solaris did not win there.
I think the FD God's photon barrier, they actually blocked the supercharger from slowing anyone.
Ooh,
intense
big
stuff.
brain.
Big brain from the Francais main support. Rhino hit, of course, by the Fire Strike, and now double DPS ultimates. Plenty of Molten Core to go around, but TP is reacted to in time. Rhino is on it.
This new Overwatch experimental patch is a jump scare, including the blinds from Hammond, but you got a Torbjorn, Molten Core all over Solaris. Doesn't look like they're taking too much damage. It's really the poke exchange from Suna and Brooks and Zook and Suyo that are happening. The supercharger, it looks like we're waiting this out. It's not really fully protected, and the bomb gets slowed. And that is a wasted ult from Brooks, so Solaris have to depend on the Transcendence. Ben Best floors Rhino. Solaris are down 2, and Team Pets have brought this down to a minute and 20 time bank.
We could somehow be going to a map number 3 here. If only the draw can be achieved. Zook loses out in the Torbjorn 1v1. That's just a builder diff, Lemon. And Team Peps, the French side, now they're out of resources. They soon will have the Molten Core, and Zook will be able to get there too. But Frosted, what can they do when it comes to placing down this supercharger? Will it be an attempt to do it from Hotel again and make sure that everyone is slowed when they're playing in this cubby?
For the Frosted to just get aggressive, walk into them with Supercharger, find out what happens, and Rhino gets a few on that Shatter, trades back and forth. Solaris so low on heals. It's tough for Rack Attack to keep setting up these turrets. They keep getting shot down by, I don't know, Suna and Suyo on the at range, so you're not having that consistent healing for Solaris, while as FD God can keep his turrets more safer. So we'll see how that turns out.
A mad charge in, and Team Pep said, mess around, discover facts. Rhino, 50% over here right here. Oh, and Rack Attack trying to poke out a little bit further to get the Photon Barrier, the pick onto Suna, the Cassidy with the greater fire rate. Ben Best has to try and rescue this.
So many Photon Barriers, but a Shatter hits those supports, and a huge pick from Ben Best removes 2. The defense are weakened. Solaris only need 33%, and you are running for this objective with everything that you have. You have closer respawn. Suna's back on the Tracer. Suyo on the Torbjorn is at the back, trickling damage, and as he stacks more and more, the Molten Core is not enough, and Solaris will be joining Solaris in the final.
We have ourselves a Solaris versus Solaris grand final, Lemon. It's a caster's worst nightmare, but it's even worse for the French fans in the audience who are hoping that Team Peps would be able to win out that last fight and drag us to a map number 3 in the end. Rhino with our player of the game. What a performance from a young prodigy.
Man, it's so fun to watch 2 Reinhardts beat the heck out of each other. I mean, I just think Reinhardt is the funnest tank. I mean, even beyond these changes, Reinhardt is the funnest tank. Any meta where Reinhardt is supreme, I am happy. Big congratulations to Solaris. That was a ton of fun to watch. They get to meet their sibling to battle it out for $10,000, and $5,000 goes to second. So one of the siblings ends up being less loved by $5,000.
There will be a favorite child, and today, Lemon, we are the vengeful parents who will be doling out the prize money. Although, I've got to admit, this was a very interesting matchup in that we saw a bit of tomfoolery, a couple shenanigans. We saw the attempts for the old tendril into teleport, the old Eldritch Grasp, just coming out of nowhere and trying dragging people back into the midst of a team. I don't think we've seen it work thus far, just because players have been very conscientious about playing around physical objects like walls that stop that tendril from dragging them too far.
We've seen, a couple of those TP, tether, I don't know. We got to name that some kind of kidnap shenanigan going on. They tried, not successful from what I saw. I also saw way less aggression than I was expecting. I think there were times where Ben Best tried and then had to dial that back a bit. He would go and shatter and just want to pin in, and then he would die and they would lose the fight, even when they would shatter like 5. But it didn't really work out, and I felt like almost a more conservative playstyle of Solaris, using the supercharger just where they are instead of walking into the other team with it, ended up paying off because their defense was really hard to get through.
Yeah, the Solaris defense definitely was well played around the Symmetra especially. We've noticed how much healing, like when it comes to single target healing, if you can get all 3 of those turrets to focus on one player, no one's going to do more single target healing than Symmetra, apart from like a Zenyatta who's ulting, because I think that does 90 HPS, 30 per turret. And that is a lot of healing, especially for tanks that have an extended health pool, so they can stand around the turrets a little while longer. And also with more slows being involved as well, you aren't going to be moving away from those smaller areas that often.
Yeah, so we got to get both our Solaris siblings in a lobby to get our final all ready to go. So we're going to throw it to a quick break so you guys can be content with your content, and we'll see you in a bit.
From the studio that brought you the Experimental Card Creator Cup, we proudly present to you the other Experimental Card Creator Cup. Legally, we can't say this is bigger or better, but it is equally awesome. Want to get from Yizhang Tower to the moon? Well, now you can, thanks to boosting. No, not that boosting. Naywall boosting! That's right, for a limited time only, you can launch yourself like a rocket! A space rocket! But what's better than one space rocket? Two space rockets! That's right, if you download the patch today, we'll give you a 2-for-1 deal! No longer will you be levitating above the ground as Zen, waiting to be jumped by the local wildlife. You will be elevated to the nearest safe space. Get it? Space! Tired of all this space talk? Well, we're not done yet. That's right. 3 for 1, baby. Let's go! Baptiste can also join the gang. That's right. No longer will you have to depend on your tanks to make space for you. Just do it yourself. Space! Speaking of tanks, they just got tankier. I don't know if that's a word, but it makes sense. You know what else makes sense? Roadhog now has a 50% damage reduction when he takes a hit of whatever this stuff is when near another tank hero. It just makes sense. Ordinary patches are far too safe, but the experimental creator patch is off the rails. And better yet, what's a creator patch without the content? Because everyone loves good content. In fact, you wouldn't be content with the content if it wasn't good content. That's right, not only will you get the extremely fun and over-the-top patch to play yourself, but you'll get double the fun with the Creator Cup Tournament. That's right, it's back. It's bigger and better. Wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. No, please, don't fire me. This patch, it's just so good. No, I can't miss the Creators Cup, please.
Overwatch. It's come a long way. This game and the heroes we all know and love. We've seen this story before. For the sake of science, for progress, we need to shake things up. A grand experiment to revisit your favorite heroes in ways you've never seen them before. Return to old standbys or become something you've never imagined. The Overwatch Creator Cup. The Overwatch Flash Ops Experimental Card Creator Cup is in its final stages, and Lemon, only 2 teams remain, battered, bloodied and bruised, but they have managed to frag their way here, or should we say, 1 team, as the final is Solaris versus Solaris.
Yeah, the high school battle we all wanted, because was it Infected versus Rhino, who are both 15-year-old main tank prodigies.
Lemon, you have heard of the Super Bowl. You have heard of the Bread Bowl. You have heard of the Toilet Bowl. But now, feast your eyes upon the Baby Bowl.
The Baby Bowl? No! They're gonna hate it. They're gonna be late to every match from here on out. All right,
You're gonna get some real stimulating DMs about this one.
Solaris versus Solaris is in the final. We're gonna have so much fun saying Solaris so many times, so somebody in chat keep count. We're probably gonna end up just shortening it to T6, but let's take a look at one of these rosters. Let's go with Solaris.
Yep.
Tell me about him.
With the unaugmented Solaris, I want to talk about Dove, who has picked Ashe as their signature hero here. And Ashe has got some interesting changes in terms of the hit scan. They're not having as much damage drop off in this patch, and their longer reload is now a little bit more succinct. It's still quite a long animation, but it isn't as long as when you expended all 12 bullets and then had to spend the average car trip from Nebraska to New York reloading your rifle. So Dove here going up against Brooks. Both of these players might well feel that an Ashe battle is the way to go.
But then you have King, who's just been sweating on the Tracer. And I mean in the bestest of ways. Like, I want to sign this guy on my team. But also, a slight caster bias for Infected, who was one of the first tanks to message me when the patch came out and be like, I love playing Rhine. I love doing whatever I want on Rhine. And God bless. So let's go to Solaris T6 and see what their roster consists of, which a lot of familiar names, both from mostly from contenders. I know Rhino, we already talked about his Orisa, and he did a lot of work in the series we just casted.
Yeah, Rhino, not only on the Orisa, definitely showing off some real talent on the Reinhardt as well. Going up against Ben Best, a pretty legendary Reinhardt, especially in the European scene, previously of the Paris Eternal and playing under Coach Rush, who moved on to the Dallas Fuel and had quite the effective streak over there alongside Sparkle as well. So that's a big scalp for this team to have taken. This support line, though, Luke Mino and Rack Attack, we know them as having giga synergy, Lemon. We have cast these two together for about as long as we've been casting contenders until Luke Mino grew up and went to college. Sad.
Sad. But yeah, there's a lot of cool personalities. For those who probably haven't checked out contenders yet, you might want to do so. I know there's even some parents that are getting involved. The Rack Attack family is very dear to the contenders' heart, and you have to put your heart into this vote because you only have one, and it's got to count. Will you be a correct Redditor today or nah? Solaris T6, you put one in chat. Solaris neutral, Solaris vanilla, you put two.
The neutral Solaris and Solaris's evil twin. We've even got the reverse logos as well.
Perfect.
It's going to be a real interesting matchup to cast as well. We're just going to have to say that word a lot. I'm expecting to see one of the first things we're going to see is probably not Ashe on Control, where we're going to be starting off. Ashe is rarely incredibly popular on Control, and we'll be able to find out what Control map we're going to in just one moment as we head over to our map set. It is indeed going to be Lijiang Tower. Now, for two of these maps, on both Night Market and Garden, I would not be surprised to see King stick to the Tracer, but we know that Dove is a very good, weirdly, a very good player on the Junkrat, and so is King. So I would expect them to be bringing out the silent Australian assassin over on Control Center.
I'm excited to see also what round we go, which stage of Lijiang Tower we're going to. Because we even noticed yesterday, by the way, check out the VOD, because that was a hilarious cast of all the casters reacting to stuff happening. Specifically on Gardens, we saw some Winston and Hammond be utilized. Now, Hammond got some love on his pile drive, does 100 HP, and we saw, or does 100 damage, and we saw how many people were starting pile drives and then just assassinating people in the back lines. Hammonds were let loose yesterday. It was so fun. So it all depends if we go to Gardens. I don't expect that on Night Market or Control Center.
Overwatch enjoyers, the Creator Cup Grand Final starts right now. No one might have expected it, but it is indeed Solaris versus evil Solaris.
It's like eyes looking at you. It's almost like a weird Owo face that's just staring into my soul. Can we go to the... Look, stop! I can't. I lost the staring contest already.
Stare into the eyes of the
No, the producer's doing it on purpose now.
There will be no music. There will only be the silence of two eyes staring down upon you.
Oh, it's because we're in a pause. Okay, I'm not getting tortured against my will. Okay. Yeah, very nice logos, by the way. I'm sure you paid a lot for it. We're going to go into our map shortly. we're just making sure all of our players are good connection-wise, and then we'll... But it's more time for you to vote. So you no excuses. Get your votes in. One or two.
That's true. Doing a brief investigation of a little bit of map that we can see from our Observer Vista, I think we are on Gardens to start off with. And admittedly, Farah has been a bit of a niche pick here before, who could often get quite a bit of value off being able to not only fly high within the pagoda, but around the outside of the map as well. But I don't think we're seeing a huge amount of Farah in this tournament because Cassidy is just so powerful. We're like, a lot of the power has been taken out of the right click, which no longer exists, and into the left click, which has a much shorter recovery. So he just shoots faster. For those of you who want the raw gameplay implication of that, I think you spend a little bit more time reloading. But when you're going up against a Farah or a Pharmacy, you're very much more reliant on your left click than your right click. If you're trying to take down a Farah with a Fan the Hammer, I don't know what to tell you. You should probably just like watch some Shuffle streams or something and just learn a little bit about DPS. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I myself am a tier 2 sub to Surefour, so I'm kind of an expert in these matters.
I think Surefour would be something to want it after all the Cassidy changes that went down. Also, Pharah, now has like a movement speed debuff when hitting rockets, so that's been cool. But you know who's better at flying? Not the lady with the wings, not the robot lady with the... Is that wings? Echo Pharah, by the way. But a lady, but the esports gamer with a 5,000 pound mech. It's D.Va. I've made her better at flying. She can float in the air. She can stay there for as long as she wants. I call her the AC-130 D.Va. I know we were having fun yesterday on Gibraltar where I was screaming war commands to the divas to just drop carpet bombs with the self-destructs. I just want someone to fly over, just drop the mech like a happy little present. Not that the other team would be happy about that, but yeah. But we haven't seen too much Pharah. I think a lot of people have been liking the Torbjorn and the Cassidy, so no AC-130s anywhere.
Yeah, the lack of cover in the air is becoming a little bit of an issue for the Pharahs, especially when those Torbjorn turrets just lock on, and they can be very annoying. And then you require the attention of a Mercy constantly, which can be a little bit annoying to try and deal with. It means that everyone else kind of has to, okay, you guys share one healer, and I will take this one. Okay, sounds good? Sounds great, man. The other people who can fly, Lemon, notably, is everyone, if you have a Mei on your team.
Yes. Always believe in the Mei dream. Also, tweet at me if you got any funny Mei clips of you getting boosted up and doing something crazy. I know we had an amazing clip from Flats yesterday competing in the tournament who got boosted up on the King's Row. He got boosted up as Ryan and shattered all 6 on the staircase. I had tears in my eyes. Legendary content from Flats.
Is this exactly what you envisioned when you saw those patch notes? You're like, this is how the plays are going to go down. I want to see more Mei shenanigans, to be honest. I want to see more Mei engages, because the sky-high Reinhardt drops are sometimes very unexpected, admittedly. Now we're in the grand finals. We're talking about tier 2, tier 1 players here who have a lot of awareness. They are not going to disregard a Reinhardt meteor coming from the sky, but that doesn't mean that they can necessarily do anything about it.
I know, like, some of the Doomfists have been having fun. Chipsa, especially getting far into the tournament, was not something a lot of people expected in terms of just only playing Doomfist. And I know yesterday we saw some Doomfists especially struggling against the Tether. They would try and, like, jump into a team, and then the Orisa leash comes out, sit boy, and then the Doomfist gets wrecked. So it's a little bit tougher to pull off a dive in this meta, at least during the couple of weeks that this patch is existing. You're only going to have just so much creativity, you know?
There's only so much creativity that we can wring out of everyone. But I think that Dove actually is the victim here of some technical difficulties. I think they are restarting their PC. Given that someone says they're stuck at 99%, maybe someone snuck in an update there. Like, yeah, this is like a great time to update Windows, bros.
Yeah, the beta's not live yet. Don't be trying anything. But yeah, we're just making sure all our players are good to go and not throwing up the logos to stare at you for minutes on end. But what were some of like favorite moments from yesterday? We've dodged all the maps with heavy environmental hazards. You know, the occasional Sanctum has come out, and you see how so fearful everyone has been of going near the edge, because Orisa's meta in almost all of our teams, so you do not want to get tethered off the edge.
Yeah, you do not want, like, when it comes to my favorite moments, they were mostly Orisa based. It just looked so damn funny, dude. We had a great one with a Doomfist who was midway through a seismic slam, forgot they could cancel it, and just got dragged with their elbow out just across the map by the Orisa. It's like, no, press E, cancel it. You can shoot the Orisa. No, they stuck to it. That was a brave young soul, and I do salute them. At last, they did die afterwards.
Yeah, there's I know some clips have been floating around on social media of just people tethering Reinhardt's mid-charge. I personally put Reinhardt on a leash, and it was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. Because you could cancel charge, and people forget that. But
no, I will fight this. I can break these cuffs, Lemon.
You always forget it until you die, and you're like, I could have canceled that. Damn it. AKA me. I always forget something's canceled.
Hindsight is 2020.
So we don't. Oh, we'll have to discover if we're still on Gardens after the reset. I'm not very good at the name this map based off of a screen.
This is Control Center.
Ah, damn. Oh, it's Sean. Good luck casting. My money's on Solaris. Well, someone pay him the big bucks. I think he's right.
Thanks, Sean. Putting that new Overwatch League salary to the best use. Getting some solid returns on this one, boys.
Yeah, well, and so no Gardens, as I was almost big braining that, because we were just talking about maybe Hammond, maybe Winston, because Rhino has been putting a lot of time into those heroes for contenders, but Control Center, you guys know the name of the game. It's some brawl coming out.
All right, here come the brawls. Landon's actually going to swap over onto the Zen here, which is interesting. Rack attack on the Symmetra does mean they have access to the teleport, which of course means for a faster reload, but it does mean that Solaris can have a little bit less capacity to get aggressive as they need to play within the zone of influence of Rack Attack's turrets.
Yep, you keep that turret nice and close to you. Make sure that Tracer does not get anywhere close. And Rhino is so low, and all Infected sees is red. He has not stopped swinging. And I like this like 360 swing at everything style he goes for. You can almost not even see thanks to his sense. But now Zook is not allowed to go back to his friends because you're joining a new clique now.
Oh, is there a new thing where Orisa's turret blocks the deployment of the turret? It looked like King's turret bounced off that Orisa shield. Not sure if I saw that in my patch notes. Maybe it's always happened.
Am I getting quizzed? I know you're dressed like a teacher today, but I didn't study for this one. Well, Solaris managed to cap the point. Infect is playing pretty aggro. You have to be so scared of that Torbjorn stacking damage as Infected is all up in their business. The Shatter comes down. Frosted can only block so much of it thanks to the Fortify. Oh my god, the charge into Brooks. Goodbye.
Oh, I am become death, destroyer of tracers. Nice disengage. Would be a shame if something happened to it. Infected starts off so strongly here, and Lucamino unfortunately put down the Immortality field in a little bit of an incorrect place. I think the rationale here was that they wanted it to hit the central pillar, so it would take a little bit longer to actually deploy and have a longer effective uptime, but unfortunately that meant that it simply didn't have the range it needed.
Well, the Ant Matrix is up for T6, and they just really couldn't use it because the other Ant Matrix is placed in, and a ton of volts being used by T6, along with the Photon Barrier, a Supercharger, so they basically have locked down the server side, which makes actual vanilla Solaris have a bit of a hard time getting anywhere. But a 2-man slam by Rhino after those DPS, it's the start of something good, but you gotta end this eventually, right? Because it's 80+% for vanilla Solaris.
Placements at the back of the point. Both the builders now in on the flank. Infected takes a little bit of damage, but Zook won't be able to maintain the buff on a primary fire for much longer. Rhino down on the ground, courtesy of Infected, and Solaris want to end this first round right here, Lemon.
They're trying their best. I think there's a 4 versus 2 favoring Solaris as Infected just keeps swinging away at Frosted. Zook is right behind and couldn't do enough damage to force a miracle as Solaris will take our first round 100-0.
Oh, 100-0, Lemon. Solaris are definitely not feeling fly like a T6 right now.
Stop. You're banking that one, and I wish you just kept it in the bank, you know?
It's not accruing any interest. It's not worth anything.
Well, Chad has predicted Solaris. You guys are all correct. Congratulations. Solaris will be winning our final.
Everyone's a winner, except one of these teams.
That's true. Someone will win and someone will lose.
There will be winners on both sides, as one team gets 5 grand and one team gets 10 grand. And you know what? 5 grand isn't for losers.
And there's no relegation. Like, this is chill. And we're experimenting for the creator good, right? So
the creator good. You don't get relegated to the less than creator good. Yes, for Shadow Realm, man.
The creator depths below the underworld. But Solaris, they're floating above. Not with a mercy pocket, but it's just King up above. And you gotta be careful of those stickies, as Infected, I think, was getting tethered. That is reverse momentum. That's not how I think that works.
Cannot break these cuffs.
And that's why you always gotta think twice about if you want to shake hands with an Orisa, because she'll force you.
she will just grab you and take you away. I do believe that the Joker has fallen down here once again to an assist. Ah, you're coming with me, baby. I'm afraid, King. I've grabbed you with my Millennium Tendril, and I will be taking you to the Shadow Realm.
Well, Solaris T6 win their first fight after getting 100-0 in the last round, so this is going to feel especially good to defend for a while.
It's going to feel pretty strong, especially with the ability to put down a fresh Torbjorn turret that can really try and mess with any flankers pathing. Does immediately get hit by a fire strike, but hey, 25% less damage means that it's only 75 damage, no dramas, mate. And Zook certainly not feeling the drama right here, taking down Dove early.
Yeah, the 190 pulse bomb, it's a tickle for the tanks, but when you throw a bunch of those out, it gets real annoying. But these tanks from Solaris are just getting flanked by Brooks, who's living in their mines and in their backline rent-free, while the supports, including Luke Mino, hold down the objective. So Solaris are going to have a really tough time breaking into here.
Brooks has got themselves yet another pulse bomb, huge amounts of damage being done, and Frosted, playing for Machine Gun Sigma at the moment, will not take long at all to build up towards... Oh, that's a beautiful stick. Custer actually uses the Immortality Field here, but they would have survived it anyway, Lemon, so that's a good resource taken down.
You see Infected trying his best to protect Custa, while Brooks is just being such a harasser. Dove's gonna throw the bomb on the point and force Solaris T6 to make a decision. They're just gonna give up the point because they want to take the fight here. Transcendence, Gravitic Flux, Supercharger, and more. Solaris T6 owning that white room, but not owning the objective anymore. But it's about winning the war, not the battle, but they couldn't even do that. As the dust settles, I think we got Rhino just up against the wall by himself, holding it down. Zook is trying to 1v1 the Joker. Brooks gets involved with the pulse bomb, and slowly the fight tethers right back to Solaris T6.
I love it when you see the little bits of muscle memory, like Brooks expending their recall there when they didn't need to because the pulse bomb no longer deals self-damage. It's interesting how the creator patch is sort of trying to rewrite some inherent biases or needs that these players have.
They got a supercharger from Solaris, but it's unprotected and out of range, so the Joker has to play a few more times to figure out how that works, but at range, Zook picks off one of Solaris, forcing them to wait even more, but she just can't afford to. It's 99%. Someone managed to touch, and it's not going to be the fight that Solaris really wanted to start yet, as a supercharger emerges from Rhino, and he takes shelter behind it, and Infected did what he could to swing into it, but gets bursted by the DPS of Solaris T6, who force a round 3.
Now we're feeling fly like a T6.
Okay, I get it.
Anyone want to apply to be Lemon's new casting partner?
I'll just retire, it's okay.
Damn washed casters, just retire.
Zook has been popping off on the Torbjorn because the stacking damage only lasts, that buff only lasts for 5 seconds, and you gotta hit those consistent shots, and Zook has been delivering on that front.
Man, now I want some fish. Zook has been doing some fantastic stuff on Torbjorn all the way through the bracket. I didn't expect Zook to be as impressive as they have been, but I've been pleasantly surprised. Solaris T6 are going to be rolling out here with the teleporter from the Symmetra, but they won't actually use it to roll out into the point, because with the Tracer, they don't particularly want to fight in there. And with the Torbjorn, they're looking to try and maybe find some long sightlines to exploit the stacking damage on the Rivet Gun.
So far, the shield's starting to break from Solaris T6. Rhino is like, stampede away, I got this. And he's attracting all the attention while the Tracer 1v1 between King and Brook is being decided over on the Mega Pack side. Brook's forced to recall, so close to the Pulse Bomb. And honestly, if you stick the other Tracer with the Pulse Bomb, I think you out-alpha them, like, automatically. So, well, as we look away from the Tracers, we see the tanks start to fall. Infected and Frosted are missing, and Brooks is starting to dip on the Tracer, and he's redirected his attention to the DPS. One clips Dove, deals with the bomb through the Matrix, and gets domed by Landon. So there was some hype building there.
Landon had to put a stop to those shenanigans as soon as... That's a nice bounce there, but still, the safety in the corner. Zook actually survived that, I believe, because of the armor from... actually, they just survived it with 250 HP. Didn't need the overload armor. Doesn't do a huge amount of damage now, the charge, enough to kill most squishies, but Torbjorn is not any squishy. Rhino and the Joker tether each other. I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me.
Well, Rhino now has all the resources in the world, including a Transcendence by his side. Rakitek's trying to stay safe, but King has locked eyes. He's dancing. He's close to Pulse and gets wrecked. Rakitek dips him there. You got a Gravitic Flux from Frosted. Finishes off the DPS, still coming back to the fight. And finally, we might actually have a team hold the point. 59%. That's how extended that fight was.
A flip in my Overwatch Creator Cup games? No. This isn't real. Solaris T6, now they will be able to defend and they'll be able to meet the charge that's coming their way with the Amplification Matrix. That could result in an early pick right here. Lantern needs to be careful not to get dragged off the edge while they're channeling this Transcendence, though, because I imagine Rhino would love those shenanigans.
Oh, Infected is just thinking twice. That Ant Matrix coming out. Oh, yeah! He said, no, I wasn't ready. Don't look. And now Solaris T6, they got dragged into something they did not want any part of, and Solaris Solaris T6 take another fight.
Oh, honey, it's bad luck for us to see each other before the team fight.
Flushed emoji.
Oh, the molten core is ready, Lemon, so flushed emojis are going to be abound in the chat. An early hit here with a supercharger slows down everybody. They can't escape from the lava.
Rhino just stampedes into that drop supercharger, and he is living and thriving, but I wouldn't say the same for his team, because they walked past him, killed Lucamino and Rakitek, and it doesn't matter how much armor I can give these tanks. When there's no heals, it's not going to matter. But Solaris T6 still have control of the point. You see Solaris trying to move up towards it. I think we still have Brooks and Rhino left on this objective for Solaris T6, who honestly just want to die on the point, extend this to as much as they can until Solaris Vanilla flip it over.
Bob got a good amount of value there. Dove got it into the corner. However, a little bit of a dangerous proposition here for the Joker. Still, Rakitek's going to fall on down. And remember, takes a while for that Zen to get back into the fight after respawning. Not much in the way of commuting tools, even with the enhanced verticality. It's kind of like a budget version of the Exo Boots. Solaris now. They only need to win one fight to make good on this map in this first of 3 grand finals.
Oh, King got snuck up on. Didn't like that jump scare. Now he's giving up hallway control. Just going to stick with the team. As Solaris get to just defend and play off the Ant Matrix from Custa, as King wants to maybe deliver this to Rakitek, either force the Transcendence out, force the Immortality, but decides to finish off Zook without the need of that. And now the turret is next. Supercharger from Solaris to defend it. A huge pulse from Brook as he finds 2. Solaris T6 with a huge advantage. Transcendence and all the ultimates on top as they hold on to the objective and take this away from Solaris at the 99% mark.
That looks so good when Solaris got the opening pick onto Zook with the combination of the dynamite damage and King's Dive as well. But just on the point, everything went right for Solaris T6. Everyone was slowed by Rhino and the Supercharger, and Lucamino placed down the Amplification Matrix perfectly to make sure it was a lose-lose situation for any member of Solaris who would stay on the point. Now, desperate to touch a 96%. It should be a guaranteed overtime as the tanks split up to take a door each.
Oh, that pulse can be big! It finishes off Landon. Less healing for Solaris as King gets found too. Joker, man, he's got tanks all up in his face, and Infected's 2-man shatter can only do so much. Solaris T6 in round 3 will take our map number 1 of our first to 3 final.
And what a turnaround, Lemon, from the control center, which consigned them to 100-0 loss. We wondered if this might be a quick finals after all, but the answer is certainly going to be no. We finally hit the first to 3, so we got ourselves a real meaty series. Infected here in the play of the game was only assisted by the Arista. That's okay. You can drag me back. I want to be in deeper.
Yeah, the 100-0 win on Control Center by Solaris, kind of to be expected. Even like before this patch, once you capture that point, it gives you such a huge advantage to defend it with these narrow chokes going in. But the 100-19 on Gardens, what was kind of weird, and I think it's because both teams realized they just weren't able to judge the numbers correctly in such kind of a chaotic, everyone is living, no one is dying situation. And when you can't judge those numbers correctly, your shot caller just gets something wrong, then you're constantly fighting, and we just developed from one team capping to then accruing almost to 100. There was like a minor 19% cap during that extended fight that never ended. So once teams in round 3 realized, okay, we can reset, we can just build up ults and then have a good push, then we saw more flips of the objective.
It feels like an IGL's idea of numbers as well can also be a little bit skewed by something like a Torbjorn turret, which can act as sort of like a seventh man on an Overwatch team by putting out consistent damage, and especially in these patches where tanks can do less damage themselves, especially if people like the Orisa and the Sigma, it can be more difficult to take down a target that is meaty like the Torbjorn turret, and you have to consign either your supports that have some real good firing apparatus like a Baptiste or a Zenyatta, or get your DPS to take that down as well, and that can really mess with the communications.
Oh, we have not messed up our next map. Maybe we have, depending on how much of a King's Row simp you are. It is Eichenwald that has been chosen by Solaris. So I'm wondering, getting away from King's Row, we have a lot more verticality on Eichenwald once we leave the main point objective. So is this now trying to flex to other things like a Winston or a Hammond to kind of gain access to that verticality? Or I wonder why we're moving away from King's Row, which seems to be more fitting of the Rhine or Orisa, which both teams like so much.
There's a world here where King might want to play with a defensive Pharah and get those slows off the rockets, because the central defensive pillar that is that large clock tower does allow for a little bit of extended Pharah survival, or even Echo Lemon, which we've seen King use very effectively before. It just means that you get that consistent vertical cover because you can counter-rotate the enemy Cassidy.
We're entering our map with Solaris T6 and a series advantage 1-0. $10,000 goes to first place, $5,000 for second, and I think an overall W for the Solaris brand, I think, when both teams you sign get to finals.
Brand dub.
I would say there's a manager or coach diff at this point, which I wonder if the coach is like split in half.
Oh, gee, Solaris, you remember that you have 2 experimental tourney teams?
Sound like the Junkrat that got stuffed into a locker in high school.
Oh, the bullying left so many scars, Lemon.
I'm waiting for you to like take off your mask and be like, it was, or you take off your glasses like Clark Kent and you're like, it was me, Junkrat voice actor all along.
Oh, Junkrat voice actor is fantastic. Hashtag OW Creator Cup if you want to get involved in the memes and the dreams, and potentially be displayed up upon the streams as well. Oh, that rant I didn't even intend it to. Lovely stuff. Solaris T6 are 1-0 up, and Solaris proper have opted to take us to the lush, verdant jungles of Germany.
We get to see some double shield, but not in the way you expect, because they're fast now.
Speedy boys.
I know for Sigma, you can project the shield very easily, so you can block a lot of things. You can have 2 accretions if you hit the first one successfully, and no crowd control immunity anymore, but still a 50% duration reduction for all tanks. So I wonder if the Joker is going to want to layer that with Infected, take an off angle, and help out Dove get some more lines of sight. But so far, Solaris have brute forced their way past the main choke.
Oh, Dove there loses their life. I'm very excited to see what they can get done on the Ash, but of course, difficult to assist the dives of King when you're dead. They were hoping that potentially a dynamite would be delivered there to get the additional ticking damage and soften up those targets, tenderize them for the eventual hammer of the King.
Yeah, King took too long to get value, and Brooks got his pulse bomb first, connected onto the weak tanks, and I think Brooks was just working more in tandem with his team on finishing off targets quicker. And Solaris, they got close, but just the focus needs to happen at the same pace as T6.
Brooks scouting from the top at the moment. Hello, going on. Oh, they one clip landed in the back. What a Giga Chad. Oh my goodness.
Brooke, look at that pulse bomb. It's so big.
Look at the size of that thing.
Solaris T6 still defending and just recycling their shields. And now Frosted will make sure to keep an eye on this Tracer duel going on behind them. T6 might have to fall back to the objective, but they're really keeping their eyes forward, using the Amp Matrix to spray down any shields from Solaris that could be inching forward, because at any moment, Infected can sound the whistle of the Stampede, because that speed is given over to all the allies. They jump in, but they walk into the Gravitic Flux from Frosted.
Oh, and they drop down on top of the pulse bomb delivered by Brooks. It's an express next day delivery, and I'm afraid you won't be there to pick it up. In the shower for the moment, Brooks continues. Oh, I'm afraid. Oh no, the Holt isn't available. Rhino's gonna have to potentially give up that kill. I thought they were gonna drag him on back. King swaps away now from the Tracer. Doesn't feel like it's easy enough. Oh no. doesn't feel that it's easy enough to get in onto this Solaris T6 defensive roster, especially with Zook's turret continuously checking them. So they would prefer to try and shut down Brooks in their own right.
Is Brooks trying to get signed? Like, he's kind of styling on kids today. Like, X Games Mode style, Tracer, Prophet Who style. So, I'm looking forward to see what... I mean, Brooks is... Oh, he got shot by the turret. Okay, well, never mind. I hyped him up and then cursed him. Transcendence, though, will save the rest of this defense because Solaris are left with only a minute 20. The Supercharger used, but obviously the defense could just walk away forehead. But Solaris setting up camp on the objective. 2 ticks later, Zook is trying to battle King. King keeps his crown, and T6 are left with not much of an objective left.
Good response there from Landon. Gets deep into the backline, takes out those who are tethered on in by the Orisa. You're coming with me, horse! And Infected will end up winning that one out, with King getting multiple killing blows on their fresh swap to the Torbjorn, so they've managed to catch up with Zook when it comes to Ultimate Generation as well. Admittedly, for the side of Solaris, this hasn't been the most quick and impressive push onto first point, especially for their own map pick.
Well, the defense wants to climb even higher, this time on the castle, as Joker manages to eat the pulse from Brooks, and Zook is making space. I should have made Torbjorn a tank, but he does have 2 kills after that Molten Core. Solaris were trapped with nowhere to go.
Still, the car continues to move for the moment, Lemon, and do Solaris T6 want to risk their position to stop it? Having lost out on Zook, might not feel it. Landon dragged on in by Rhino. And that's going to be another stick. Dove decided, you know what, Brooks has been impressive, but me pretty good as well.
Dove just needed a little warm-up, that's all. Yeah, I think Brooks wasn't even diffing Dove at the start. He was just getting kills slightly quicker, and then Dove, once he realized that, okay, some of his teammates died, then he falls back and looks like he did nothing. But Dove is a scary Tracer, one of the scariest ones in Contenders proper. So Solaris, he's gonna get hit by this Gravitic Flux. Frost is channeling that onto the Joker, who has his Gravitic Flux, but decided to use it when he was getting bursted down, unable to use that ult. 6 versus 4, and Brooks continues to wreck these supports.
I think Infected forgot what the Supercharger does.
Yeah.
I just put it down in the corner. It's okay, guys. We've all got 50% extra damage. No, you don't. No, you don't. Unfortunate. But that is the reality. Sometimes the muscle memory just kicks in, Lemon. That primal response cannot be tapered down. Rhino doing plenty of damage here, but the second that everyone begins to move into their zone of control, that Supercharger is so good at slowing them down. The trend, they've doubled up the defensive cooldowns, though. That is not great from Custer.
And this is your window to fight if you're T6. The Transcendence was forced when you weren't ready, but it's time to go now. And as soon as they emerge, that Supercharger will be dropped. Rhino does just that, but the walls will block it. So as long as Solaris takes shelter, they'll be unaffected. But now they put the window in. They're brute forcing their way through the door as Dove sneaks up onto Brooks. And now Dove has the freedom to go into the back line and do what Brooks did, and Solaris might be able to breathe a sigh of relief, but you thought they were starting to win this fight, and it just all fell apart.
Was actually, oh my god, that was a cheesy You did not just get one clip right next to your other support. But Mina, what's going on? Rack attack, they've been betrayed terribly. Dove still stays in here to fight. Admittedly, somewhat confusing, but Solaris still have time for yet another battle. And it wasn't Custer who wasted the Immortality Field, actually, it was Luke Mino. I expect a little bit more synergy from these players, but then again, Luke Mino has been off playing with Ultraviolet for a while now, so perhaps things have changed, Lemon. These brothers aren't what they once were.
Not at all. Gravitic Flux this time from Frosted. Picks one up, I think, and Zook is running after this Tracer T6. They've stopped every assault coming their way, and Solaris, they're not done yet. Now the Orisas are holding hands, and the cart is going by thanks to a Tracer. So Solaris, well, they can just C9 this, but it's overtime. Why did Dove leave the cart? Okay, he's back. He recalled. Kind of scared me there.
Dove has returned to the car, but now Discord. It does have a Harmony to try and keep them alive. It's a battle of Tracers and of Zens, but who in the end will have their chakras aligned? It feels like Solaris T6 once again have control as Zook returns on the Doom, and Solaris will be stopped on the Bridge of Death.
That is the bridge of death. Now we know why Eichenwald was chosen. Such a big advantage for the defense. I can sit on the high ground, and the pace that the Orissas were able to generate superchargers is really impressive. You have it up almost every fight, maybe every other fight, and especially if a fight is extended, then you're guaranteed to have it, which just blocks Solaris from being able to move up any chokes, and they're not having that puncture ability using a tracer and either a Torbjorn. Like, Torbjorn's your real burst to walk into such a narrow environment. So Solaris really struggled to just access the supercharger. And when Dove and Brooks are going toe to toe, then Solaris are just at a standstill.
Solaris going to look to emulate the success of a defensive composition. It's going to be pretty much word for word the same. And it's interesting with Dove and King, they are able to juggle the tracer between them. Sometimes King will go for the tracer, sometimes Dove will go for it. King, the better of the two when it comes to projectile DPS, so the Torbjorn is going to be their wheelhouse, and Dove will be placed onto the Time Demon from Britain. Question is, now Dove, how will they match up against Brooks in this 1 versus 1? Because I think King was a little bit disadvantaged against Brooks before, but that comes with the context. But King was having to move into the zone of control of Zook's turret, which made things a lot more difficult to pull off.
And the presence of a Torbjorn is really forcing some important decisions by these tracers of how they want to maneuver. And Brooks is like, I'm gunning for this tracer. I want to diff Dove and then tweet about it after. But Solaris T6, they move through the choke quite easily. Solaris don't have the comp to just sit at a choke like you used to. It's going to be about the range and fully utilizing the Torb turret. Look at the range of that turret too. So T6, yeah, they break through the left side, but it's about, can you kill anything? Can you focus on a target before they get healed back up? Because there's a lot of damage reduction with the Zenyatta, with the Orisa that shares that utility. So Dove gets found by Rack Attack, and this offense could go from here.
Brooks with a drop down on top of their own pulse, and that's okay. Don't do damage no more. I'm immune to explosions, baby. And Brooks, will they be immune to the damage delivered by the Zenyatta? For now, they can dodge away. Infected's going to take so much damage, and Brooks has no mercy. Take that, ground.
Yeah, Dove just goes invis until the very last moment. After Brooks kills like 2 or 3, then Dove is like, no, stop right there.
I'm going to have to ask you to stop, sir. Do you have a license for that murder spree?
You allowed. But Solaris C6, I mean, it took a lot of patience, took a lot of time, but it's still a W and a lot more time than Solaris had. So we'll see. The turret is on the right side, right next to its brother turret. And you have King floating around ready for a molten core soon.
All right, down goes Supercharger. Slows for everybody. Rhino trying to take Infected away, but they're actually lifted up to the top here by the Gravitic Flux Lemon, and that can't be stopped by the Tendril.
Transcendence of Rack Attack can only do so much. Zook is so low. Brooks is dead, and it's the tanks hitting each other in the head. And T6 just could not break through this just ironclad defense that Solaris are putting up.
Cool little note of technique there from the side of Infected. They tried to pin the Sigma of Frosted into the Supercharger to do additional damage to the ultimate. Unfortunately, they got caught on a separate lip beforehand. Still got the kill, but would have been nice if that one worked out a touch easier. Molten Core sent out. Dove looking for a way to path in for this Pulse Bomb. Can't afford to have it be eaten.
At least that Molten Core from the offense forced the defense to drop from that high ground, but they've just been camping out the cart and contesting it and not allowing Solaris T6 to get anything. And this is going to be the best fight that Solaris can take. Infected is low. He's got the Discord Orb on him, and he's starting to get surrounded. But it's still the range from King that is just finding pigs on the T6, and there's just nothing that they can do.
Custer rolled a nat 20 on the Stealth Man when it came to that amplification matrix. Everyone just kept peeking into the rapid fire of King that was doing double damage, and even more than that as it started to get the stacking damage buff. Huge damage done. And Solaris, they've definitely found their heyday by playing at this choke. Look at Frosted playing on the alternate angle, though. For the moment, might decide to wait for Solaris to overextend a little bit and then make an assassination attempt onto either Custer or Landon.
Now it's a Supercharger from Rhino, but a shotter at a flank angle from Infected, who gets a bunch down, but he was trying to be so patient, waiting for the rest of the team to be ready, which they were dealing with Rhino and his Supercharger. So a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos happening as T6 are left to finish off this fight and finally see some cart movement.
It took them so long to break this though, Lemon, that the advantage that Solaris T6 had from their quick A take has been basically dissipated. Now it feels like deja vu as to how Solaris had to attack. Still, there's only going to be one fight in it. The turret's already doing a touch of scouting, and there's Noted Dove playing in from the tunnels. It's going to be difficult to assail all 6 of these players together, but a Pulse Bomb would be a great tool to do it. 10% of the way, and there's the Ant Matrix
and
too.
And the Molten Core just all around the card to stop maybe Dove from trying to touch, and there is some contest from Solaris, but they can't approach without taking a huge amount of damage at the start. And Solaris T6 sail away to another map victory and lead the series 2-0.
Stars aligned so well there for that final fight, Lemon. Being able to break through that doorway without expending either the Molten Core on the offense or the Amplification Matrix meant that all the pathing towards the car in that final fight was fraught with danger and did so much damage. You can't step to the lava and you can't step in front of the Amplification Matrix either, because you know that against the Baptiste and the Zenyatta are standing behind that, as well as the Torbjorn. It's just too much damage to bear for any squishy hero.
And there's some different play styles at play too, and I'm looking at Rhino, who just walks Stampedes into the... I call the new Fortify Stampede. I think that's way more fitting. But Rhino will just walk into the team, drop a supercharger, probably tether somebody. He's off screen, so I'm assuming so. And that is forcing Solaris to all look at him, while Infected loves to go for these surprise plays, you know, hides around a corner, goes for humongous slams. But Rhino does 25% less damage now, so you can't shatter 6 and kill 6. You really need to depend on your team to be ready for that moment, and we've seen just minor disconnects for Team Solaris on these engages. So T6 will be on series point in our final, and after this break we're going to find out where Solaris want to send us to next.
From the studio that brought you the Experimental Card Creator Cup, we proudly present to you the other Experimental Card Creator Cup. Legally, we can't say this is bigger or better, but it is equally awesome. Want to get from Yizhang Tower to the moon? Well, now you can, thanks to boosting. No, not that boosting. Maywa boosting! That's right, for a limited time only, you can launch yourself like a rocket! A space rocket! But what's better than one space rocket? 2 space rockets! That's right, if you download the patch today, we'll give you a 2-for-1 deal! No longer will you be levitating above the ground as Zen, waiting to be jumped by the local wildlife. You will be elevated to the nearest safe space. Get it? Space! Tired of all this space talk? Well, we're not done yet. That's right. 3 for 1, baby. Let's go! Baptiste can also join the gang. That's right. No longer will you have to depend on your tanks to make space for you. Just do it yourself. Space! Speaking of tanks, they just got tankier! I don't know if that's a word, but it makes sense! You know what else makes sense? Roadhog now has a 50% damage reduction when he takes a hit of whatever this stuff is when near another tank hero. It just makes sense! Sense! Ordinary patches are far too safe, but the experimental creator patch is off the rails. And better yet, what's a creator patch without the content? Because everyone loves good content. In fact, you wouldn't be content with the content if it wasn't good content. That's right, not only will you get the extremely fun and over-the-top patch to play yourself, but you'll get double the fun with the Creator Cup Tournament. That's right, it's back. It's bigger and better. Wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. No, please, don't fire me. This patch, it's just so good. No, I can't miss the Creators Cup, please.
Hey friends, welcome back to the Creator Experimental Card Tournament Finals. It's 2-0 Solaris T6 versus their younger sibling Solaris. I don't know, they don't have the T6, so I don't know their age. But we go into maybe our final map, and this will be decided by Solaris.
This is going to be yet another map pick for Solaris. Admittedly, last time they decided to take us to Eichenwald, Lemon. And it didn't go great. They took their time taking that first point. It really feels like, admittedly, even though they came in with a little bit less name value, Brooks and Zook as a DPS duo are, well, they're on my lips now as far as names go. They are doing bloody well, including some uncanny, egregious one clips from Brooks onto players in the midst of their own team, just rolling out of spawn. Landon gets one clipped randomly from the bridge by Tracer. That's madness.
Yeah, I know the Dove and Brooks Tracer 1v1 is something we always look forward to seeing. It kind of goes on off screen, but in the front lines you have Infected and the Joker clashing against Rhino and Frosted. So we saw a lot more Orisa and Sigma this time. I think the teams are just so comfortable with double shield. They continuously fall back to that, and they're using the Orisa so defensively and not fully utilizing the speed as maybe intended, but rather as a disengage tool. But there are some flashes of brilliance where Rhino will just walk in and truly min-max that fortify and that damage reduction that he gets to place a supercharger and be an annoyance, which is fun.
Well, it's really interesting because when you get that additional movement speed as well, it means that you can make a real song and dance, a real ballet, a tango, Lemon, of body blocking for your co-tank. Especially when a lot of people are going to be zooming in on that Reinhardt, who presents a huge threat when they can get into close range and trying to burst someone down. And Orisa that's taking half as much damage because they are fortified is a massive asset to have as your co-tank. Of course, Rialto will not take long for us to get to, and Rialto has often been home of the rush. I feel when I think back to the halcyon days of the GOATS meta, Lemon, Rialto is the map that most sticks out to me as being like, GOATS is mandatory.
Yeah, but I couldn't give any tanks or any heroes for that matter the ability to swim. And there's a lot of water on this map, and I'm concerned if we get past point A. I mean, even on that initial bridge out of spawn, I could see someone taking a dip against their will. So we're going to see if the Orisas are willing to go for that, because you do have to throw yourself off the ledge. It's not like a Roadhog hook where you can position someone into an environmental hazard. The Orisa has to go for that plunge. And if you're bad, if you, for example, don't have the tether fully locked, or you take too much time to jump off the ledge, then it's just you taking that swim.
Thanks, Melanie. Highly recommend Mel Pots and Pans on Twitter. Good memes. Round T2 especially. Solid memer. Fledgling social media entrepreneur. And question is, will there be any memes about involuntary swimming lessons that are good to go? No one rolling out here on the Lucio to try for any early bridge shenanigans, but that's fine, because we have ourselves a bunch of pretty serious competitors right here. Most of these players have been forged in the crucible of a path to pro, and maybe don't want to take too many risks when it comes to the tomfoolery that is so easily generated on this patch.
And look at where Zook's turret is. It's on that left side to just catch any flanks if King decides to go on the left side. And then Brooks is positioned on the right, so they've got all their flanks locked. T6 get to sit on the high ground and choose when they want to engage, but Infected is going up the stairs, and Brooks got his recall red, so Solaris' offense is looking really good. They've taken over that high ground now, and Infected is ready to drop as soon as that cart reaches around the corner.
Landon spamming away. Those shields won't last long against the damage being poured out of a Baptista Zenyatta, and of course the Discord orb on top of all of that. Rhino spotted out. The Fortify's already been expended, so they will be vulnerable in this next fight, Lemon.
Oh, I just love seeing also Zen, who the healing orb does new things, movement speed, and more, but I just want to watch King, and I'm sure if you gave him the Discord orb, he would just have even more fun. As Solaris, they've lost the support, they've pushed this cart almost for free the entire time, and T6 have just gotten no opportunity to make space until Rhino is just on the other side of the cart with a supercharger, and finally now we might see Solaris come to a halt.
Brooks Brothers as well around the back with the pulse bomb good to go. If you can get that onto a squishy, that could turn this entire fight around. Solaris T6 still under pressure as King continues to force down and down. Infected going to be returning to the fray with a huge amount of health and a big old shield. There's not really that much behind it, and this fight is going to start to wind on down, Lemon.
Gravitic Flux from Frosted. I think he was trying to grab Landon and was successful. He went around the corner, so I wasn't sure. And now if the only heal you have is Custa, and at range, he should be nice and safe. I wonder if Brooks would even want to extend that far to reach them. But when Rhino leads that charge and he's tethering people towards his DPS, wait, Rhino is tethering them towards his team, and then he gets tethered into them. So it's just all-out chaos. Solaris still brute forcing their way into point A, and they're 0.8 meters away from doing it, and they got the Amp Matrix that they'll force out. But the Transcendence from Rack Attack tells me Solaris T6 ain't done here yet.
Grab yourselves a snack, Overwatch enjoyers. We're going to be here for a while. The Supercharger still has a little bit of health, but Custer gets rid of it. Forced forward with the Transcendence and jumping sky high. Lumino escapes for grasp of their own Immortality Field. Drawn on in by the halting tendrils, the Orissas grab each other for warmth and huddle up alongside the cart. Brooks gets rid of Landon.
Wow, finally. All the fires have gone out. Solaris finally gets point A, and then they just home run Rack Attack back to his planet. So with Solaris, now they're on the high ground because they know what T6 love, and they love high ground. So Infect is already ready.
Infected wants to try and deny this, especially from Lumino. We know how dangerous Lumino can be on this Baptiste when able to free cast away with those triple shots. An amplification matrix here to try and force players away, but Infected. They decided not to wait in the wings with a shatter. Too much risk and too little chance for the rest of the team to follow up. Infected bearing in mind the decreased damage of a tank by themselves. Hello, Frosted, what are you doing here?
Oh, good choice from Frosted to jump out the window there, and of course not take any fall damage, but Gravitic Flux from Frosted just to weaken the tank slightly, and Infected has been holding on to this shatter forever, and he's just pushing card because he knows Solaris will have to drop eventually, and if they don't, well, they get free card push. So Infected's going to the left, the shatter comes down, Lumino is hit, but Rack Attack saves him with the Transcendence, but unfortunately Frosted didn't get any of that healing love. Rack Attack was just way out of range, so he's found by the boss. And Solaris have a huge man advantage to finish this objective.
Remember that Transcendence is actually significantly nerfed, Lemon, by the change that you made to the Fire Strike. It only does, I believe, 150 healing per second when you are being, when you've been afflicted by that Fire Strike, and that makes you much more killable than the 300 it usually does.
Meanwhile, Landon. Yeah, so as I was saying about Zen, it's damage reduction if you place it on the tanks. The healing orb on the DPS gives movement speed, and then onto supports you get extra healing. So I love that Zen is doing more than just damage and adding more utility, which was the whole point of this. And meanwhile, I see Infected trying to charge out, and I think he got tethered by Rhino. So we still have more time to talk until Solaris get back.
Infected was taken and kept. Can we keep him, Mum, please? Well, only if you promise to shoot him with all 6 members of your team at once, son.
Mom?
Oh, mother.
Supercharger for the offense and the Amp Matrix. Rhino doesn't care. He just jumped into 6, tethered someone fortified out, and Solaris, they bunkered down. They held on. Brooks, yeah, you might want to think twice about jumping in there with the Supercharger still active by the Joker. So Solaris, it's a slow train. It's only got 1 wheel left on it, and it doesn't look like they're killing anything that fast.
An ambitious engagement right there from Brooks, or rather from King, but of course they can get out fairly easily. Landon might be discovered and destroyed here, but no, they've got... Whoa, never mind, they did get destroyed. Rack attack.
He attacked, but he also attacked.
But most importantly, he attacked.
It really does. Solaris, okay, they're about to get hit by this Gravitic Flux. Frosted staying nice and hidden. He does not want to get stunned by anything. And now you got pulse bombs. You got all of the explosions in Overwatch happening in this tiny Overwatch room. But Solaris still can't budge this card.
Tracer killed by pulse bomb though. That's a time demon diff right there. And that's one that you can hold on to for your self-esteem.
Dove goes up high, and admittedly, Dove here is able to at least do some damage around the shields utilizing the dynamite, and they can just expend their entire magazine on damaging these shields without fear of a long time of repercussions, because the reload is so much faster now when you've expended a full magazine.
I always love seeing Infected use the cancel charge, and well, he's trying to cancel some other members here. He's just going to charge into all of them, and you're not going to get an insta-kill onto a tank, but he's swinging away, and he's forcing Solaris to follow up with him, but he's getting pulsed, and Solaris didn't really back him up. They're still in this room.
All right, Infected, you go have fun over there. We'll be elsewhere. The Joker just wants to watch themselves burn, as Rhino will not allow for King to escape too easily. But still, the Blinks will get everything done that is needed. Wait, look at this from Rhino. This is so aggressive for an Orisa. This is what you wanted from a Changes, Lemon. No more bunker Orisa. The movement of the horse is swift and brutal.
That's what I want to see the Joker play as. He's playing like live Orisa, and I want him to play experimental Orisa. Like, use the Stampede as a way to speed your Sigma in, to speed everyone. But I think with a Sigma, it's not the same dual potential that a Rein can provide. So they're just going back to their tried and true, just the double shield, but playing it like a double shield and not as intended. But I'll keep that in mind for next time, because Rhino is tethering the Sigma into an accretion, and you see Frosted almost get the second one off. That supercharger from the Joker is exposed, but about to be dealt with quite shortly as Zook gets a double kill, and you see Solaris T6 get more and more access to these supports of Custom landing at the back, and they are just pile driving into Solaris and not letting them do anything.
Man, who expected that Zook and Brooks would be able to do this much in the tournament up against such legendary DPS as King and Dove? Unbelievable performances thus far. Now it's overtime. Someone has to touch. King is the one who brings down the gauntlet, but everyone's slowed, Lemon. You can't make it to the cart now.
Yeah, this is just such an ironclad defense. There's just no getting through this. I think Solaris tried to go to the high ground, then there'd be a supercharger there. They're not playing really aggressive. It's like they're trying to play a brawl, but with a double shield, and they just kind of stand still. And I'm seeing a lot more initiative being taken by T6. And for example, Rhino, he jumps into 6, and he realizes how he can maximize the changes when you have 40% damage reduction, when you have a ton of speed to go along with it. You can tether someone and use it quite literally as a meat shield as you're moving away. And I think Rhino was able to be a lot more aggressive and make a lot more plays, while as I'm not sure if the Sigma for Solaris added too much. It provided them a chance to, okay, let's use the Gravitic Flux as our fight starter, but then they weren't able to get kills out of that quickly enough. So I'd almost like to see a Rein v Rein matchup instead of Solaris opt for the Sigma.
Now, I don't know if a Sigma really is bringing as much to a table as the Rein. Chance did postulate that maybe this is all about Custer not being able to play their main hero, but I need to rebut Chance here with facts and logic, Lemon, which is that Solaris T6, their DPS choices have been made to pre-counter Custer's Doomfist. The Torbjorn and the Tracer are both great counters for a Doomfist, because you can play around the turret as a body block from that Rocket Punch. So Custer simply does not have the chance to go Doomfist.
Out the gates, double shield from T6. Now they're taking an off angle. You see Frosted up there, kind of leaving Brooks and someone else up there. Oh yeah, it was Rack Attack, just kind of an off angle. But now that everyone's on the high ground for Solaris, let's all focus our damage into that shield. And they can just climb up there, but to be honest, it's up to Solaris to drop down and stop the cart momentum. They've given up high ground. Solaris more focused on contesting the cart at the corner where Infected is waiting on the Reinhardt, and he's going to want to brawl close range, and Frosted maybe adding some damage from up above the shields.
Solaris T6, they are hoping that this is going to be a quick 3-0. They can establish a Solaris diff here in the lobby. The Joker is going to be focused mostly on keeping this cart in place, but Rhino, hey, you're coming with me, boy!
Oh, Frosted couldn't get the second accretion reset from all the shield standing in his way. He gets tethered into a charge. Infected is still trying to finish off the kill, but Frosted is getting healed at range. So Infected stepped behind him to block the heals, and then Infected gets traded out. Frosted eventually gets killed because his heals are blocked, and you have Brooks styling on the back line, taking care of the supports, and eventually Solaris T6 breakthrough.
I want to see a comparison of Rack Attack and Landon later. I feel like Rack Attack's been doing just so much damage. And look at this very aggressive amplification matrix here from Luke Mino. Keeps everyone cowed away in these less effective positions, but Infected ready for a little bit of a meme slam.
Oh, he just wants to jump past the shield. That's not a good Orisa shield, but he doesn't know where that Torbjorn is. He doesn't have sights on a lot of people. He knows the supports are on the right side, but the Torbjorn here of Zook can burst him down at any moment, so gotta be careful on how you want to channel this charge, and you need the Joker to be right there with you, and to use that Fortify to give the Reinhardt the initial speed, but they put that thing in reverse as soon as they see that Transcendence. Gravitic Flexo from Frosted and the Supercharger. Solaris waited for too long, and Solaris pulled the trigger, and as they approached, they got punished. Solaris didn't use any ultimates, but what, a Transcendence I think was the most effective one, and that healing turned the fight back to the defensive side.
And that's the thing, Lemon. At the moment, Solaris T6, they kind of want to wait for Brooks to be able to find a position to get an early pick, but the longer you wait, the more poke you're going to be taking from Dove and Landon, who in conjunction have a huge amount of long-range damage. You aren't really going to be able to outpoke the Ashe very effectively when it comes to that burst. And remember, the Ashe is not worried about expending their ammo. Dove crouched down behind. This could be a stealthy bomb. Will it be the big call of the big boy?
I think the tether still works during recall too, so Brooks had a rough time, and so are the rest of the Solaris T6 after that infected shatter. And these fights are one-sided at all. Both teams are finding valuable trades, but we're seeing Solaris still able to live on this high ground. But with 1 minute, they gotta hope that this cart will stop backing up and go towards point A, or else this ain't gonna look good.
Well, think about this amp matrix. It can be pretty easily avoided. Dove for now, watching out for Brook, who's been given over that Discord orb for a while. Pulse Bomb's going to miss, but Dove blasts down straight into the path of that turret. No, they can't get the last little hit, Lemon. Dove hangs on by a thread.
Yeah, wishing he could keep that recall, but the kill's a kill. And Solaris, well, they just posted up in the middle of this market area, I guess, or statue area, and the card is still progressing backwards. And Solaris T6 just haven't been able to take a fight at 6 and take a decisive fight. They've lost members in the process, and they just don't have the force to keep going.
Brooks, they're going to get lucky. But Pulsum again, Landon and Custer both have the means of saving themselves so with the Immortality Field, and of course, the one clip onto Rack Attack. It's bloody clean from the king himself.
Oh my god, there's no support for Solaris T6 at all as Frosted combines the Gravitic Flux with the Supercharger, but they're lacking in damage, and Solaris targeted the supports correctly and fully holds Solaris T6 on Rialto to keep themselves alive in the series.
There will be no 3 Overwatch today here, Lemon. At the Creator Cup, we demand a long finals, and we are delivered a long finals. Map number 4 will finally be the choice of Solaris T6, however. And it will betray a little bit about how they want to play this game. Of course, Rhino going to be most comfortable playing on the Orisa if the choice is offered over to him. One of the few players during the Contenders era who were like, okay, whatever's happening, I'll take Orisa. Rush meta, I don't care. We're going double shield. We're going to put Dove on Soldier. Odyssey were weird as a team. And I think that it's fair to say Rhino's now thriving, that Orisa has a new kill method in the grass, but just could not outpace the Reinhardt Orisa defense. And I wonder why they stuck on the Sigma for so long.
It's been tough. We've seen both off tanks, I guess, in quotations, go between the Sigma and the Reinhardt. Infected going a little bit more for the Reinhardt, but realizing how big of a risk it is for him to walk past the shields, try and swing, not maybe timing how many swings it takes to kill somebody, maybe still used to live. And even then, like, you kind of underestimate how much damage a Torbjorn does, because with that stacking ability, if Zook, or it's mainly Zook that we're talking about here, if Zook just hits shot after shot, the Reinhardt's going to crumble a lot faster than I think Infected is expecting. And the layered shields of Frost and Rhino give just Zook extra protection. So it's been tough for Solaris to kind of still find a way to go past the shields. And if they do, they got to just fully commit to it. They can't hesitate, because I think that's also how that's being disconnected.
T6 have delivered on their map pick, so let's head straight into the map set and bring you into Overwatch action as soon as possible. Assault is demanded as our next map type, and while it may not be in Overwatch 2, it's certainly here in the Creator Cup. Temple of Anubis is where we're going to. And actually, an interesting little tidbit about our rule set. I think you can actually go to Horizon and Colony on Assault if you want to.
That one's tough because there's very small chokes, very high ground dominant for the defense. And we saw kind of like a taste of that on Eichenwald of how important that the top of the castle was for Solaris T6 and how many fights they won up there because of just layering the supercharger to a gravitic flux to just molten core. There was so much space being created by even heroes that are not tanks. So now that we go to Temple of Anubis, yeah, there's that little platform, but it's not super dominant. It's very accessible. So I'm wondering, are we still going to stick to Sigma and the Orisa, or are we going to try something else? I don't know.
Well, when you and I played this on the experimental, Lemon, we were frankly flabbergasted by the efficacy of the of the old Orisa Halt into Maywall combo, where you just run up through into the Mega Pack, grab someone from a defensive side, like, okay, you're coming into our little cubby over here. Don't worry, we'll seal the door. You'll be absolutely fine, but you might want to check in with Respawn.
Because we know that Rhino has been working on all types of tanks, from Hammond to Winston. And Winston used to be his favorite to play on this very map. Sometimes Hammond, depending on what kind of side tank he's working with. But Infected, it's been a while since I think we've casted him. I think it's been maybe like trial. So I don't know what he's been working on this year, especially during the off season. But I'm expected like just these teams that obviously aren't scrimming like days and weeks on end. They only had 1 week to prepare for this patch. That you go back to what you're most comfortable with. And from the Odyssey days, from just contenders in general, Double Shield has less risk and has been what's been popular between these two teams.
And remember, both these teams, when it comes to what's been popular with them, Lemon, like, there is a lot of comfort involved in these rosters from a lot of the players having been grinding on the path to pro in our contenders, trials, and open division ecosystems for a long time. It feels like Rhino, they haven't left the path to pro ecosystem as a serious competitor since I think they joined us in about April 2020, and they had 2 years, basically, at the top of tier 2, simply could not advance because, hey, not 18 yet.
I know there's so many players and contenders that are just waiting for that 18th birthday.
Oh, the passage of time, damn it! The only thing we can't control.
But we're seeing Rhino Reinhardt potentially. That's a big Ash Dynamite from Dove. Almost, getting 20% plus ult charge from that? That was nice.
Almost died. Alright, Zook gonna swap over now. On to the Torbjorn instead, as we have come to expect. Reinhardt Orisa versus Reinhardt Orisa. Brawling double shields across the board and huge amounts of damage to be done. Healing Symmetra turrets are going to be interesting. I feel like this is definitely going to be one of those come to me and fight me areas. And that's why Solaris are playing so far away to try and avoid being brought into the zone of influence of that Sim.
Okay, we got a Sim TP, but that quickly went away. There's King behind this clump of Solaris T6. Gotta be careful. I don't even see the Zook TPs or the Zook turret to see if that's what's harassing King at all. But Solaris T6 have crossed over and shown their faces on the objective as Brooks delivers a pulse bomb, and Solaris are without supports, so I don't think this point A is going to be defended for much longer.
Yeah, this one feels like a foregone conclusion. Lemon, a nice block there from Rhino to make sure that not too much damage is done. Admittedly, maybe they could have allowed for Lickmino to take a little bit of damage and then get healed up for some ult charge. Rack Attack has the photon barrier ready to go, and this can be incredibly effective over here on Temple of Anubis. You can bisect the primary point, and it makes it much easier to try and make your approach towards a team that's entrenched with positions to spam from.
Solaris T6, they still have the Symmetra, so they can change positions very quickly. So Solaris just have to have their eyes wide open. Dove has at least spotted the rotation to the left side. A Solaris T6, maybe depending on a Shatter opening play to a Supercharger counterplay. Solaris, they pull the trigger first. It's a Shatter from Infected, and everyone pinching from all sides of Solaris as they collapse onto the offensive T6 and send them home packing.
Brooks got his bluff called right there. It was playing on the off angle, trying to bait Infected into an engagement so that he could get pulled. Well, Infected was like, bet, and solo slams Brooks. Calls the bluff. Lovely stuff there for Infected, realizing that, hey, if I can get rid of one of these DPS, we've got such an advantage on the respawns, it's probably going to be worth it. King surveys the kingdom from up top, and for the first time in a while, we've seen a Brigitte. We've got an interesting new mechanic on the rally that you guys might get to see, which is like kind of like a hyper whip shot. There's slow descent there of King, the helicopter mode of a Tracer. I didn't read that patch note.
So Shatter this time from Rhino gets Joker and I think Custa on the floor, but he gets counterpinned by Infected and punishes Rhino. So T6 are left without a main tank, and with low heals, they just gotta head back. And to talk about your point about the Brigitte, I think this might be to deal with King a bit better, or just make him think twice about going after Luke Mino.
Yeah, Rakatak is, of course, what some might call a Brigitte enthusiast. Luke Mino and Rakatak played this support combo on Odyssey together for a while. Yes, we have ourselves a sneaky boy. Infected, though. This pathing might make him feel a little bit foolish. Will they be checked? They're definitely going to be seen by the third person on that shield, and so Infected gets out of there as soon as possible, won't be punished for it. Worth a try, mate.
Well, there's a molten core that will pave the red carpet maybe to the objective. The Solaris T6 can go unscathed, but King gets stunned, but still manages to recall before dying, as he's still gonna keep being aggressive despite not having recall up yet. And Solaris T6 hit by a 50% less healing fire strike. They just start to back away, and Rhino is like, maybe they won't notice if I charge past all of them.
We'll go with that one a reset. One of the things that's super interesting here from both Landon and Rakatak, when Rakatak's playing with Zen, is that so many areas you consider safe from the Zen right click are no longer safe when they have this floating elevation to generate brand new off angles that are rarely going to be protected. King spawn camping up top. I'm afraid, Zook, you got to get back on the tour. You aren't allowed to play Ashe. That's Dove's hero.
Rhino is just up here chilling, and King's not letting him have a break. You're paid by the hour. Let's get it. Wait,
King's
Luke
an
Mino.
absolute monster.
King, chill out. Man, they force him to use the immortality field. Finally gets shield bash and dealt with, but that's still not even a window of opportunity, because King will get back faster than T6 can even approach the objective.
Yeah, that's just more and more time off the clock. Solaris T6 now down to only 2 minutes, Lemon, and they haven't even touched the point yet. The closest they got was going down the left-hand side in the caves, and at that point, we saw Brooks get solo slammed. Once again, there's the amplification matrix. Rhino's moved ahead of it.
Rhino is getting tethered, and he wants to protect his team, knows that there's tanks behind him. The Shatter comes down, and it's humongous. 3 on the floor for Solaris, but they're not dead yet. Solaris T6 had to shield the incoming Bob from Dove, and Infected approached while low when he got anti-healed by Rhino. So Solaris T6, it's their window of opportunity, and honestly, their best chance to go to the point, but they're so fearful of King, and King still gets out for free. Are you kidding me?
Still not the first it gained. Rhino tepidly places themselves upon the point, but they're so low, so too is Frosty. The healers can't keep up with this. Brooks almost gets a one clip onto the Ashe, and the pressure only gets worse and worse. Poor Brooks on the disengage turned into sweetly generated British jam. And admittedly, Rhino there had some great threat assessment and management by dealing with things like the pulse bomb and everything else, like the charge coming through from Infected, but it simply was not enough when Solaris T6, they ran out of those healing resources, and Solaris's defense on point B is looking ironclad.
I think if any team can cap point B, it would be an accomplishment in this patch. With tanks doing less damage, Tracers are just constantly resetting pulse bombs left and right. To finish off a fight completely is a tough task, and it already doesn't start off well for T6, who lose Brooks and Zook at range from Dove's dynamite, and you got Landon dealing with the bob. So T6 are just left out to dry in this fight.
Infected, the alpha of the Baby Bowl today, cancels Rhino's slam with a charge. The 15-year-old prodigies continue to exchange blows on the Reinhardts, but time inexorably slips away. It's cool. Grasp will grip us all. I think Brooks has been waylaid as they try to make their way towards the point. It's going to be down to Rhino to hit it. Beautiful locomotion. They'll earn overtime, but not much more.
They he shattered Rhino.
Where are you going?
That's what you do to him. He's just trying to stall. T6 still don't even have a way to get to the point. And honestly, all that's demanded was 33%, which they couldn't even do. So if Solaris if T6 manages to get point A, we're in draw territory and maybe even a conclusion to this grand final if T6 can go and complete the map or at least get 33% on this second objective. So this is coming down to the wire.
Time for a comeback kitchen bowl? It might be, but of course, this is not the kitchen bowl. This is the baby bowl. And it's delivering! Infected with the solo slam onto Rhino. I heard you were coming back to contest for point. I have notes. I'm deciding that that's not going to be the case. And remember, despite 50% less crowd control duration on all tanks, a lot of ultimate abilities are not affected by that, including the Earth Shatter. As a Rhine main, Lemon, thanks for that.
I know. I did what I could for my boys in the tanks. But also that, of course, at least once I was going to mess up the names this series. Solaris could go to a game 5 if they make it to point B and get 33%. But Solaris T6, they defend before point A. They could also take the final. So kind of half correct. Well, we'll see. I think even on the live patch, point A is a pretty easy egg to crack. But with how difficult it is to kill people on this patch, I could see a full hold, but we'll have to see.
There is more to be done just yet. A full hold is for Solaris T6 Dream to end this right here. Remember, Solaris T6 actually decided to go to Anubis. This is where they believed they had their greatest chance. In fact, it took so much damage right there. I assume from Rhino and Rakatak, given the reflection in their ult charges. And of course, King and Brooks start off their early little love taps of a Tracer 1 versus 1.
All right, Solaris make their way to the left side. And without the speed, I mean, Landon can only give speed to DPS. It only gives damage reduction to tanks, so maybe needing a Lucio would make Infect's job of approaching a bit easier, unless you want to wait for the 8-second Fortify cooldown for Joker, but he's been a lot more passive with that. The Ant Matrix is summoned by Custa, already apparently taking enough damage to generate that. And the Ant Matrix has forced T6 off the platform back to the objective, and they take shelter in the house, and King calculates this one perfectly and removes Rack Attack, and Dove helps out killing Lucamino, and the defense are left without any supports.
They called from a legendary DPS duo, Lemon, and finally they're starting to live up to the name. King and Dove with kills across the board. All 6 belong to the damage members, but the supporting cast still have some good damage reflected in their own ultimate charges. Oh, King has finally found themselves their groove, but you got to remember, Solaris T6 on their offense, they managed to cap this incredibly quickly as well. It was the second fight that matters the most. While you have the momentum, Solaris need to grip onto it with both hands and not give anything away.
This is very drawable. I think we could go into that territory.
Telescopes are out.
But that's 5 minutes that Solaris have to only get 33%. It's not starting off good, though. Big shots from Rack Attack at range to pick off Dove, and King loses that to a shot by Brooks. So Solaris, I think they depend on King to kind of start these fights, but T6 know that King could be approaching, and they're not letting that happen.
It's interesting that this is one of the first Hanzos we've seen in the tournament as well. The Storm Arrow has been reworked to give a couple more lunges, making more of a bunny hopping Hanzo, but will this be a speed run for Solaris themselves? Brooks plays up from the high ground. The Bob's going to be sent over towards the point. A good block there by the Arista to make sure there won't be that Omnic up too close.
Oh, Brooks took too much pressure as Solaris. They use almost all of their ultimates. Transcendence, the Ant Matrix. They've lost Custa and now Landon. If Solaris don't win this quick, they ain't doing it this fight. But at least they forced out a lot of ultimates from the side of T6, from Transcendence to Molten Core and more. So we go into this fight with this next fight with almost nothing.
Once again, we will be stuck within the weeds, Lemon. 4 minutes on the clock, and while it's not temporally likely that it will be a draw, considering you only need 33% on the side of Solaris, it can be very difficult to get past these Arissas when they can simply acquire you for their collections.
Solaris just need to not get picked on entry, because I know that's kind of what stalls out these fights so much, is Brooks getting a random headshot or Zook doing that too. And now you got a supercharger up close, like Infected. I don't even know if he knows that's the enemy Orisa. The supercharger slowed everyone, and Infected just pins out, and Solaris will wait a second.
What I would have preferred there, Lemon, is Rhino actually waiting to use for slow on the supercharger in conjunction with the Dragon Strike from Brooks to make sure people couldn't get away from it as fast as they would like. Still, Brooks might get a second chance to use it in the aftermath of the Gravitic Flux here as Frosted is building up towards that. But no, they just have no fear, moving straight on forward. Infected. Ah, yes, dancing the dragon with me, claims Rhino.
Well, I think he's also trying to generate ult charge for Custom. Just got the Amp Matrix now, and Landon's close to Transcendence. They need all the resources they can get, and Infected needs some help with the Shatter. At least he got one pick, and everyone finished off the rest. Now they're starting to set up camp. They got to deal with this Rhino in the corner, and Brooks thinks it's his chance while they're distracted to get picks, but Rhino didn't last long enough. Solaris, Transcendence activated. This is their final push to force the Game 5, and T6 are coming out of spawn as quickly as they can as Solaris get quite literally lifted off the objective, but Dove is doing so much work that Solaris, pretty sure they have this in the bag, but T6's recontest is insane, but not insane enough as Solaris force a Game 5.
Game 5, Lemon. Truly, we are blessed. Yesterday, both of our first to 2s went to 3 maps, and now our grand final is going to 5. Solaris versus Solaris. The big in-house with $15,000 on the line, $25,000 in the entire tournament is starting to deliver.
I wasn't expecting anyone to be able to do anything on point B after seeing one of the Solarises, the Solari, struggle on point B. I was like, man, we're gonna cast till we hit the retirement home soon, but yeah, Dove at the end, I think he had a 2 or 3K and just kind of went unnoticed most of that fight. That was really fun to watch, and a lot of stuff, just a lot of plays happening at once. I mean, we could make a book about all the weird stuff that happened.
I liked the attempt as well at the Orisa Holt tether, the abduction into the dragon. Like, you're staying in here with me, bud. We're going to have a good time in the dragon, trust me. Luckily, Custer responded to it well, saved the immortality field, so Rhino could not remove Infected long term. And it also, like you said, gave over a huge amount of ult charge to Custer as well to give that additional force in the counterattack behind that amplification matrix. Oh, Lemon. This one's bloody close between the Solari. Will it be the T6 or the originals who managed to take the entire series $10,000 to the victor? And you'll be able to find out who that is after this break.
Ooh, thank you so much, Lemon, for helping me with my Holts. I feel like my pull timings are really improving. I almost got a Holt Dynamite yesterday.
That's great work, Orisa. Keep that up. That's awesome. Who wants to go next? Oh, hello, Reinhardt player. I haven't seen you here before. What's your name?
Hey, everyone. My name's Phil, and I love playing Reinhardt.
Oh, me too. Reinhardt is very fun. What problem are you having today?
Well, I'm a gold player, but I should be in diamond.
Okay. Settle down, everyone. Settle down. Well, why do you think that, Phil?
I'm only in gold because I keep feeding.
Well, have you tried not feeding?
Yes, I've tried everything, including not feeding.
Okay then, how about this? I can help you find some tank content creators to...
We already watch a lot of creators for tips. It's not helping us.
I still charge the enemy Genji's ult.
We can't do any more, Lemon. We need your help more than ever. Exactly. There must be something you can do. Maybe Blizzard will listen.
All right. Okay, how about this? Everyone is getting more health and more armor. You're going to be able to control your abilities. Reinhardt, you'll be able to cancel your charge. And Orisa, you'll be able to move faster with Fortify.
Wow, I do like galloping.
I can stop feeding.
And I'll reduce all crowd control duration by 50%.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, tank players, when you're struggling with your Overwatch gameplay, there's help available. With me, LemonKiwi. Because when life gives you lemons, you get a kiwi. A LemonKiwi. LemonKiwi not included. LemonKiwi hybrids are not real. Creator card balance changes are not required to be good for the game. LemonKiwi tank player support group does not guarantee SR gains. Not all crowd control reduced by 50%. If you have a lost streak for more than 4 hours, please consult your nearest practice range. Ultimate batteries not included. Can I stop this thumb thing now? My arm hurts. Hello? 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 Anyone? Anyone? Welcome back, everybody, to the best sibling rivalry Overwatch will ever have. Solaris 1 versus Solaris 2. And one of the siblings has a broom because T6 started off the series 2-0. And look how the tables have turned.
With that broom in hands, Lemon, will it be a Cinderella story where Solaris, the original, gets to go to the ball and dance with the prince in whatever this metaphor is going for? Let's head over to our map so before I embarrass myself further, because we're going to control map number 5. This is once again the pick of Solaris T6, and it's going to be Nepal, which is very interesting because we see a lot of tomfoolery, a lot of shenanigans, and a lot of rascals over on Sanctum, where you can just pull people into a pit as Orisa.
Oh god, everyone's like praying that we don't go to Sanctum because yeah, these Orisas are gonna be wild now. But if you want to get that environmental kill, you got to give up your life for it. You're gonna have to be jumping off the map with that unfortunate fellow if you hope to get that environmental hazard kill with the tether. And I know we've seen some people in the tether be called like abducting, apparently is the call out that Liz was mentioning on social media. People are saying abduction, that has too many syllables.
Acquisition I used before, which
okay,
is,
that's too much,
which is also far too much. But Lemon, I've got a question for you.
Oh,
do you think Orisa effectively utilized girl power when going into the murder-suicide pacts of the environmental kills of the tether?
It's you know, if your friends jump off the bridge, then you got to do it too. I think she embodies that. You have to jump off this bridge with me because I peer pressure you into it. I also have you handcuffed. So it's not the high school experience that I think Infected and Rhino had been hoping for. Speaking of that dance reference, you could have mentioned prom because I'm sure they still have that to worry about soon.
Weird prom, that would be, Lemon. Weird prom. Welcome to Solaris versus Solaris T6. It's all come down to this, and Solaris are threatening the glory of a reverse sweep. We will be beginning our adventure here on the map that everybody fears when those Orisas are effectively utilizing girl power, Sanctum.
Oh, the one I was like, oh, Gardens, Lijiang Tower, and then it happened, kind of, and then we reset. And then we were like, don't go to Sanctum. What do we get? Sanctum. Yeah, Liz is I'm being abducted. Honestly, I don't even say that. I just scream into my mic. And then, honestly, through time, my teammates, mainly Leg Day, have figured out what that means when I just start screaming.
Yep.
Help me!
I'm afraid there's no help where you're going, Lemon. Join the conversation and help out Lemon by tweeting using hashtag #OWCreatorCup. And then you can join the conversation. We might even show your tweets on the broadcast. But remember, you got to get them in quick because there's only one map left. There are no draws on Control.
Please tweet me your best reaction to getting tethered, whether you're doing it to someone else or not. But we go to Sanctum. It's Pillar's Control already for Solaris T6. You got the Matrix from Frosted to try and get him his way forward as Infected takes a big risk. His shield is shattered as he moves up to the health pack side. Now Solaris clearly want the slight elevation control to look down at the point, but T6 have given that up. And it could be Solaris capping first.
Solaris, they give 2 players over to make sure that this gets capped before anyone can run interference on this. Brooks was considering it, but instead will move straight in onto the back. Might be doing some damage here to Rack Attack and Luke Mino, and could finish it, in fact, as well with a Pulse Bomb.
We got to be careful of that burst, especially with the Baptiste. People forget how much damage that support can actually do. And without Infected, Solaris only have 1 shield remaining. And Joker is not the type of player, at least to me, that is going to sound the horn of battle and charge into them by himself. So Solaris will take a back foot here.
Not a barbarian, more of a paladin. So maybe we should think about the consequences of our actions first, Lemon. Solaris here, trying to move on in against the recap. Solaris T6, they seem to have endeavored to play a little bit more timing-centric rather than just madly dashing for the objective itself. King expended a Pulse Bomb, doesn't seem like it got a kill.
Infected Tokyo drifting just continuously makes me laugh. He just cancels the charge and just comes to a complete, like, T-pose as we had a Gravitic Flux from Frosted catching some of those tanks. Oh, only 1 of them. And Reinhardt's, they have a lot of armor, they have a lot of health, so it's not going to be any skin off of Infected's chin. But Solaris with the Supercharger Transcendence forcing T6 off, but they make the space right back with the Bolted Core from Zook, and Solaris back away again. And meanwhile, the point has been capped by T6 this whole time. A shot is looking pretty good from Infected, but he ain't got no friends to party with, so it's just not going to matter.
Someone can screen cap and tweet that environmental kill with a nerfed shatter. That's got to be worth at least 2 likes. This one's doing numbers, boys.
Hey, 2 likes can be numbers for some people. I ain't gonna share that. I'm gonna shade that, but Brooks just dancing on the point for that reason. 76% for T6 is a good start.
Dove now, they can do so much damage on the entry for Solaris T6. Everyone's going to get hit by that dynamite if they're clumped on up together. That does mean that Luke Mino will be able to push out a huge amount of fuels, but it's not a huge amount of value that can be extracted when already the amplification matrix is good to go, Lemon.
Oh, King.
Oh, no.
He's getting too close to the sun, tussling with a Sigma like that. So T6 doing a good job. They have pillars control. They have starting to get that point control, and Solaris have to make a decision. Do they want pillars or do they want the objective? And they're going to split themselves into both, sending a Bob to the point and the Transcendence from Landon instead of healing the team. And the split focus from Solaris had them crumble at each pillar.
Certainly feels like King and Dove have indeed recaptured the magic. We saw that very much on Temple of Anubis, and especially on the second half of Rialto. But Solaris T6, Zook and Brooks, keen to prove themselves. This could be what puts their names on the map, Lemon, and they know exactly that.
Molten Core going to pave that way for Zook and friends on T6. They only got slowed down a little bit by, I think it was a Gravitic Flux. Either way, looks like Solaris. Oh, they're getting pulsed by Brooks, who places it perfectly. You got Shatters on the point, hitting Ghost. Overtime's about to dwindle away, and T6 stole away the round before Solaris even knew what was happening.
The advantage right here of being able to pick what control map we go to for our tiebreaker. A great read as well from Brooks to essentially just pre-pulse bomb where that health pack was, knowing exactly what pathing Dove was likely to take when low on health and needing a little bit of a top up without getting a huge amount of crosshair displacement on their supports. Oh, hello there. Aw.
You put the treats. You put the cat treats next to the monitor. That's cheating.
Thank you, cat treats. It looks like I want some as well from how I look in that picture.
You kind of do be drooling a bit.
Yo, you're gonna share those?
Yep, and production is right. This is championship point, a $10,000 round for T6, or Solaris can still force the round 3. I think our first control went to round 3 too. In fact, it's just charging right towards the objective, and Solaris are going to get there first. Not much has changed, but rather the fact that T6 have a Torbjorn and Solaris do not.
That Torbjorn might try and cow King back a little bit, make it more dangerous to make these engagements work. Rack Attack, remember how easily they can poke using their elevation. In fact, it's taking so much damage already. And it feels like both teams in Zenyatta here, they're prioritizing putting the Discord orbs onto the tanks rather than onto the DPS for the duels.
Coming with me,
You're
buddy.
abducted.
Infected has been abducted, and I don't think he wanted any part of that. You got to make sure you bring up that shield, because the tether does not go through shields, but I'm sure they bursted that and then dealt with them after. So even through the abduction, they could not dislodge Stellaris from the objective, who actually still have it held right now.
And the second that one of these tanks goes away and the Discord orb can roam more freely from Landon, that is exactly what King wants to see. They can do that additional damage off the back of a Discord orb and essentially play the purple ball game where you just follow the big beacon to say what needs to be damaged. That was a little bit of a trick shot, and Frost is like, yo, I'll catch it, I'll go long, Dad, and get the catch game that they never got as a child.
What about old man yells at clouds, or old man yeets pulse bomb at clouds? Because that's all I saw he was aiming for. But Solaris,
Old man ults at clouds.
You got the Ant Matrix. I'm sure they're ready to set up behind that and maybe help King out, who's just 1v6ing, but he does manage to recall away. And well, while T6 were crossing, Solaris went down the stairs and got a shot into the back line. So Rack Attack is missing, and Luke Mino can't do it all by himself. So T6 are gonna struggle.
Solaris definitely making the most of, I believe, what is their rollout using, I think they rolled out using a Symmetra. And it means that they can get to the point first and fastest. And definitely that defensive position has been leveraged super well, especially these pillars on the left and the right-hand side. They give a lot of cover over to people like Custer and Landon to be able to heal from safety. But Luke Mino and Rack Attack really lack when you have King, who's just flanking around behind you. 6 ults here for Solaris. It's a hard fight to win, but it's a must-win for T6.
Yeah, T6 are on that point, made the space with the Molten Core, but they're more focused on just moving as a unit. Now it's Gravitic Flux, started with Frosted, Infected shatters down, only getting Rhino, and Rack Attack has his back with a Transcendence as 2 Superchargers were summoned, and everyone is affected and moving 40% slower over time. 99% for Solaris, who had their Supercharger last a little bit longer, and that might have been the nail in the coffin for T6 to fall apart at the seams, and for Solaris to emerge and force a round 3.
2-2, 1-1, Lemon. We are going the entire distance when it comes to potential reverse sweeps. Even within our control map, it would be a reverse sweep for Solaris if they can take our third and final map. We're going to Village, which is a little bit of a different beast. Will we see any Maze? Will we see any Symmetras?
I don't know. I'd lose my mind too if I went up against King, but I'd also break every piece of equipment because he'd probably make me cry if I had to 1v1 him.
King, why are you smurfing down in our games? We're in a safe space from King. It's okay. I'm wondering if these Symmetras will be stuck to, or if it's just about the rollout speed to try and get towards the point as quickly as possible. Rack Attack. The Anna. Oh my. Well, this is new, Lemon. Oh my. Why are you going that far, Rhino? You can get tendrilled in. That's a bit of an in. That's a bit of an in.
I don't know if he charged, but by the way, for those still playing, you can cancel charge. But yeah, the nano means you can actually get healed more during the nano. That was a great change by ML7. So it makes the Reinhardts unkillable as this Solaris fight has been quickly cleaned up. And yes, this is still championship point. And I think Rhino messed up and they'll get another chance at it.
Weird champ. But Jacob was just like, oh, well, if you want to stay here, some men just want to watch their team burn, you know? Brooks is ready to go. Somehow, in the midst of all that fighting, already has the pulse on good to go. Admittedly, that's a good stick. Doesn't do a huge amount of damage.
Oh, they tried to tether that Tracer too. Thankfully, King got away in time. Solaris T6 approach, but they walk right into the Ant Matrix of Costa, who gets a double kill as T6 just walked in, and there's no heals, no peels, and no one left. Solaris take 2 fights in a row.
Double damage, 0 worries, Lemon. Custer representing well for the OCE scene right here. Been a while since he's had that charge upon his shoulders, having mostly been playing on the Overwatch League desk for a while now. Solaris halfway to their victory. Oh, tournament. It's massive.
Oh, there's no curing this one. Infected sent them all away. They're going to need a hospital after that one. Holy cow. 3 fights now for Solaris, and he finally got the sneaky beaver shatter he's been waiting for.
The baby bowl has it all. Of course, they were using their turnaround here on the right click to make sure that their shield could not be seen. There was no idea on the side of T6 that Infected was this close. Admittedly, it was a fast fight, so T6 can get into the battle as soon as they wish.
The Molten Core mostly getting blocked by the shields of Solaris. Infected's trying to pin out, and while he is moved, Rhino gonna move everyone to the floor with that shatter. But T6 still hoping to get to the objective because we are in reverse sweep territory at 85%. Solaris only need to win one more fight, or T6 gotta trickle in and keep the overtime wick burning. And it's Rhino swinging like his life depended on it. And Solaris are left with the objective with only a few more seconds. Brooks delivers a pulse bomb, and he's got 2 kills, but he ain't got the point touch. And your champions of the Creator Experimental Cup are Solaris with the reverse sweep.
Solaris, the original. You never could compare to me, you subpar clone. Infected with the play of the game, of course. Just roll it again. What an absolute yotta, Chad.
That is alpha. That alone should get you signed. I don't know what team he's planning on being this year, but Contenders or Overwatch League or beyond, but that was a sick play. I know he tried a few times on Rialto to do just that, and just with all the tanks in his way and how scary Torbjorn can be, he wasn't allowed to have as much fun as he did just then.
This has been a very, Infected, like you said, when you released the tank changes, one of the first people to message you and say, I love it, Lemon! I'm having so much fun as the tanks. And Reinhardt being able to brawl out a little bit more. Admittedly, not doing as much damage with the hammer, but just being able to stay alive to swing more than once with the additional HP has been a huge change for them. The additional control that you have from being able to cancel that charge and get the extra momentum is huge on top of that. And then we've got the multi-pin as well. So much goodie. So many goodies have been delivered over onto a tanks, and Infected seems to have understood every single one of them.
No, I've been still praying to see the a 6-man pin, but it hadn't happened yet. I know the Orisa Fortify has been really well timed from opponents to stop the charge and almost create a wall to crush their teammates. But nonetheless, Solaris walk away with a tournament win, $10,000 richer. It's an overall dub for the Solaris brand, though, that both their teams made it this far.
Yeah, between Solaris' 2 teams, they will be walking away with $15,000. Of course, second place gets 5. Here's a quick review of the bracket. And one of the more interesting things here is that Just Give Up and GeForce, who are sort of like the 2 prongs of the Redbird Esports dynasty in this bracket, were defeated by Solaris. So no one could argue that these guys had an easy bracket to get here, Lemon. They defeated the Hydra on Tryhard, they defeated the Rhino Giga Chad, and now they've taken out their own evil clone, the biggest threat of all.
So Solaris stand tall, and we've seen how fun all of these changes have been, from ML7 working on the supports, giving Zen more utility on his heals, or we've seen how strong Torbjorn is with his stacking damage, or Cassidy with his fire rate, and of course all the shenanigans that happen with Orisa's tether and the Reinhardts being able to pin so many people. It's been such a fun experience, and I just wanted to give a big shout out to ML7, Jake, Wanted, and the Overwatch design team that helped us bring this all together, and of course Monkey Bubble for producing this tournament. And we had so many teams sign up, so many awesome content creators and players taking part, and it made for some damn good content.
Good job to you as well for tank changes. You don't get to shout yourself out, but I'll give you a pat
self high five. That's kind of cringe, you know.
No self fives here. Oh, it was a real journey, Lemon. I'm sad we didn't get any more main shenanigans in the grand final, but I think we got our fill with the flat slam dunk from the top rope. That was certainly a highlight for me, a beautiful clip that really shows how fun Overwatch can be. We're going to rustle ourselves up an interview with the victors, and we'll be right back after this break with that content.
Probably wondering why I've called you here tonight.
To talk about the many souls we've consumed?
Not today, no.
To talk about our favorite skins? Mine's Mariachi.
Oh, yeah. I'm more of a Nevermore fan myself, but we're not here to talk about skins, guys.
Are we here to talk about the many crimes we have committed in ranked? Trolling people left, right and center, making people mold as we kill them over and over until they lose all their desire.
Quit the game, only to come the next day and face my wrath again and again.
No. But I did call you all here because we were nominated to come up with ideas for the next creator experimental card. But remember, guys, this is for the greater good of Overwatch.
The creator good.
No, the greater... You know what? Never mind. We got any ideas for the patch?
Can we give Genji 2 dashes? So he can be like, shoo, shoo. You know, for the creator good, of course. The creator good. Oh, what if we let Reaper shadow step while in Wraith form? That would be cool.
That would be cool. I want Mercy to res 5 people again. For the creator good?
What did I miss?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Creator Experimental Tournament. We have an interview, a winner's interview, with our champion, the Joker, aka Clear Tank player for one of the Solaris teams, the one that won. So congratulations, Clear, on the W today. It was a reverse sweep. So what's going through your head? Were you like screaming, or how did you keep your heads in the game when being down 0-2?
First of all, I just want to thank Solaris for letting me play with their roster. Obviously, the players are really, really good, so it was a really good experience. And in terms of the reverse sweep, we sort of knew that we were kind of the ones beating ourselves. Every team we played beforehand, we did pretty well against because we played like our own game. But once we sort of lost the one control point on Li Jiang, we sort of like switched up our play style to try to like adapt. But we realized like if we just play our game, we can be better than them, and that ended up what happening.
We don't know a huge amount about you personally, Clear. I was just wondering if you could give us any insight into if you are competing in the Overwatch scene at all this year, if you're planning on like playing in Open Division, Contenders.
So right now I play for Bear Claw Gaming, which is Open Division team right now. And then I'll be going to Collegiate soon at Boise State University.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Thank you.
When it comes to this patch, what was the hardest learning curve for your team that you really had to go out of your comfort zone on that role, or what you already know from the live patch?
Well, first of all, I play off tank, so having to play nothing but Orisa for these past 3 days was not the most exciting. I mean, it was fun, but it was definitely something out of my comfort zone. So I'd say personally for me, especially with the new like pull thing, it's not like the old Orisa, so I had to learn that, but it was pretty fun, like pulling people through TPs. That was really fun.
Oh yeah, I saw everyone discover that. That kind of blew my mind.
Speaking of discovering that, when did you guys get that? Was it when the clip started to get some traction on Twitter, or did you guys kind of have some experimentation?
So we had one scrim the day before. We were originally weren't going to scrim, but the Friday day of tournaments got canceled. So we decided to scrim the team with FD God, the Team Peps, I think is their name, and we scrimmed them. And Get Amazed was just like calling all the shots for them, I imagine. They had like a strat for every map, and then they had one on Hollywood where they put a TP into that stairwell on first point defense, and then like TP'd back to point. So that's where we saw it, and then we like implemented it from there.
Ah, so is that was that most of the preparation that you got to do for the tournament? Just one day of scrims?
we just did the 1 day of scrims. In our defensive Anubis, King was like, "Wait, I didn't know Reinhardt Fire Strikes did reduced healing for people. That's good to know." So we were learning as we went up until the grand finals. Oh, and Custa said, "Oh, someone in my chat just said that you can heal yourself is back when you window." in grand finals. So we were not quote unquote prepared, I guess you could say, but it worked out in the end.
What's been your team's like favorite change as you're kind of getting used to the meta? You're going through the tournament, you're seeing people experiment with different strats. Was there something that you thought was a play that you did or your team did that was hilarious and fun, or just something that stood out to you?
Definitely the whole interaction with pull pinning, because like if you get a pull on someone and your Reinhardt pins it, it like wants to move it back to your Orisa, but obviously like the character's getting pinned, so it's like a really weird interaction that moves them across the map, which is like funny but also like kind of annoying at some points because like their characters are literally TP outside of the map.
We've seen during the process of play today a couple of things that are kind of like muscle memory for players, especially when it comes to Orisas putting down the superchargers. Did you put down any that you sort of assumed were going to be the old supercharger? You just put it down in your own territory?
At least for like the first few matches, I thought supercharger like also did damage amplification and not just slowing. So I was like preemptively bongoing across the map because I thought it would do more damage. And then I looked at the patch notes, I was like, oh, only speed reduced. Okay, I'm not doing that anymore.
Well, I'm glad you picked the name the Joker, because we definitely had a lot of laughs going through the series, and was not expecting a reverse sweep game 5. I mean, you guys really went the distance.
I had to put on my happy face for the reverse sweep, just like Joker.
Smile through the pain. Do you have any final shout outs for your team or staff behind the scenes or people that helped you through the tournament?
Yeah, shout out to my family. I know my brother was watching on Custer's stream, which is kind of funny, but that was fun. He came up and congratulated me. So yeah, shout out to my family. Obviously, like I said at the start, shout out Solaris. I wasn't going to play in this tournament at the start, but the day before, I got DM'd by the Solaris staff asking if I wanted to play, and I was like, hell yeah, I'll play with this roster. So yeah, and obviously shout out to all my coaches and my teammates on my main roster for supporting me as well.
All right. That's awesome. Before we close out and let you go, myself and Lemon would like to wish you good luck with your collegiate adventure. Our compatriots over on the EMEA stream, Richrad and Kenobi, they cast a lot of the NA contenders, or rather the NA collegiate scene, and I'm sure that they are going to have a great time casting you on Boise, I think you said.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, thanks so much for the interview. We'll see you this year sometime.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, everyone, that was the Joker, aka Clear Tank player for Solaris, our champions of the Creator Experimental Tournament, and it's been a ball of a time. We've seen the ups and the downs of all the wacky changes that myself, Wanted, Jake, and ML7 came up with, and I'm overall proud with how the patch turned out. I think even Wanted played in the tournament. I'm not sure if Jake or ML7 had the time, but even getting to play in your own tournament, I'm sure was a fun time for them.
Yeah, and cast your own changes as well. Lemon cannot forget what you did for the tanks and created some real shenanigans off the back of that Orisa. It's been an absolutely wonderful time, and Lemon and I would like to thank all of you guys for watching and for supporting the Overwatch Experimental Card Creator Cup. It's been an absolute blast. We've handed out a bunch of cash to a bunch of talented players. And remember to tweet with hashtag OWCreatorCup to give us your feedback on this tournament. Hopefully, we'll have some more in the future. I don't know. I'm not privy to anything. Nobody tells me nothing, Lemon. What I can tell you guys is that we will see you in the next one.
From the studio that brought you the Experimental Card Creator Cup, we proudly present to you the other Experimental Card Creator Cup. Legally, we can't say this is bigger or better, but it is equally awesome. Want to get from Yizhang Tower to the moon? Well, now you can, thanks to boosting. No, not that boosting. Naywall boosting! That's right, for a limited time only, you can launch yourself like a rocket! A space rocket! But what's better than one space rocket? Two space rockets! That's right, if you download the patch today, we'll give you a 2-for-1 deal! No longer will you be levitating above the ground as Zen, waiting to be jumped by the local wildlife. You will be elevated to the nearest safe space. Get it? Space! Tired of all this space talk? Well, we're not done yet. That's right. 3-for-1, baby. Let's go! Baptiste can also join the gang. That's right. No longer will you have to depend on your tanks to make space for you. Just do it yourself. Space! Speaking of tanks, they just got tankier. I don't know if that's a word, but it makes sense. You know what else makes sense? Roadhog now has a 50% damage reduction when he takes a hit of whatever this stuff is when near another tank hero. It just makes sense. Ordinary patches are far too sick, but the experimental creator patch is off the rails. And better yet, what's a creator patch without the content? Because everyone loves good content. In fact, you wouldn't be content with the content if it wasn't good content. That's right, not only will you get the extremely fun and over-the-top patch to play yourself, but you'll get double the fun with the Creator Cup Tournament. That's right, it's back. It's bigger and better. Wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. No, please, don't fire me. This patch, it's just so good. No, I can't miss the Creators Cup, please.
Probably wondering why I've called you here tonight.
To talk about the many souls we've consumed?
Not today, no.
Oh, to talk about our favorite skins? Mine's Mariachi.
Oh, yeah. I'm more of a Nevermore fan myself, but we're not here to talk about skins, guys.
Are we here to talk about the many crimes we have committed in ranked? Trolling people left, right and center, making people mold as we kill them over and over until they lose all their desire
and quit the game, only to come the next day and face my wrath again and again.
No. But I did call you all here because we were nominated to come up with ideas for the next creator experimental card. But remember, guys, this is for the greater good of Overwatch.
The creator good.
No, the greater... You know what? Never mind. We got any ideas for the patch?
Can we give Genji 2 dashes? So he can be like, shoo, shoo. You know, for the creator good, of course. The creator good. Oh, what if we let Reaper shadow step while in Wraith form? That would be cool. That would be cool.
I want Mercy to res 5 people again. For the creator good?
What did I miss?
Overwatch. It's come a long way. This game and the heroes we all know and love. We've seen this story before. For the sake of science, for progress, we need to shake things up. A grand experiment to revisit your favorite heroes in ways you've never seen them before. Return to old standbys, or become something you've never imagined. The Overwatch Creator Cup.